It's pretty dark, isn't it? Yeah, it's amazing how our world has become darkened by this terrible coronavirus. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm David Sponheim, America's Third Party, Truth Tuesday. We're taking on some tough subjects here. Thank you. Thank you for admiring my hair. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's not often a person can have perfect hair. I appreciate your appreciation for my perfect hair. In fact, could we turn the whole show about my hair? Because that seems to be on your mind all the time. You know, a lot of you are anti-LGBTQ like me. And so I'm preaching to the choir when I talk about, I don't really want sexual harassment to go on in our society. And the truth is, many gay people are predators. And that's a fact. And I'm not saying all gay people are, but many are. And the problem with the embracing LGBTQs that the Democrats are doing, it's a slippery slope. In fact, it's lubricated. They want to lure people into transgenderism. And the very fact that many of you are looking for a constant, stimulation, and you're not getting it, is the lure. Sex it sells. Sex sells. So you're all thinking about all the possibilities. So now, because you're so starved of sexual contact, you are looking for sex with anybody. Sex with a transgender, sex with a same sex, opposites. It doesn't matter, because all you can think about is sex. Sex this, sex that. You're masturbating all the time. That's the truth. And this is all by design. You've been lured into a world run by a group of people that put out free porn. And you watch it because you can access it online. So most of your creative thinking is about sex, not about building new inventions, not about solving problems in the world. It's mostly just how you can get your rocks off. Yeah, we could talk about how sex sells in various ways. I mean, you've got Miley Cyrus and Taylor Swift making sexy movies, sexy music videos about transgenderism. And like Miley's recent one is really it's impressive. I'd play it for you, but they would monetize me, so I'm not going to play it for you. But she's good in it. She's great, actually. I mean, it's almost like eye candy. But then you get lured into, seeing Miley nipples. Those aren't even nipples. That's plastic. Yeah, look at this. That's all I can play of you. But this is what they're doing. They're turning everybody into this weird, confused, strange. I mean, they've got a picture here of a woman with a cesarean section. That's just unbelievable. They've got young men wondering if they should become straight or gay. Yeah, I mean, so it's really pushing the envelope on transgenderism. That's why I believe America's Third Party should be kind of neutral on the subject. We're centrists. We're not trying to push transgenderism on you. But obviously some people are being lured into the dark world. Yeah. Cardi B, a rapper, has been making some outrageous statements about drugging and hooking men up with trannies in a resurfaced video that's appeared on Twitter. Look at this.
Cheat on me, I'll be like, alright, I'm gonna take him out, we're gonna get drunk, I'm gonna get him all perked up and everything, we're gonna have a good time, get him super twisted, then bring a bitch around, we're gonna have a threesome. And when he wake up, he gonna be like, what the fuck? Yeah, because the bitch was a tranny.
I've heard enough. I'm so tired of this endless use of the F word. Chef Ramsay uses it all the time, and it's upsetting, I don't ever use the F word. That's what the story is, I love fries. Yeah, that's right. That's the story. People are making money attacking our show through a series of dark forces that are funding Mark. Yep. We've been seeing this happen. Anyway, back to this woman. I'm not here to comment about her, but I'm just telling you, this is happening all over the place. They're pushing it on everybody, and there's only one way we, the people of this country, can respond to this mind manipulation through propaganda, and that is join America's third party. Join America's third party. We're not trying to push a gender bias on you, okay? I don't want discrimination against gay people. I don't, not at the government level. But I'm not going to tell some mom and pop store that they have to hire a certain quota number of transgenders in order to meet federal guidelines. That's not going to happen under my watch. The world in the midst of a carbon drought. That's interesting. A professor at Princeton is talking about this. Gee, I thought we had lots of carbon. We don't know what to do with it. You know, carbon only comprises 0.038% of the atmosphere. It's highly unlikely that the carbon that they claim that's is actually causing climate change. It's more likely that the climate change is being caused by weather modification, whose sole purpose is to dump chemicals on your head. Yeah, we talk about it a lot. Truth Tuesday addresses chemtrails, weather modification. Here's actual photographs of canisters that are mounted inside of planes distributing chemicals on your head. Oh, I'll get to Wuhan, don't worry. We'll get to Wuhan. We got to wander through this. This is just what they do out of the planes. I wish I was making this up. Okay. That's an interesting. See, this is all real stuff. These are all planes that have been designed to drop chemicals on your head. We'll talk more about that later. Boy Scouts are filing for Chapter 11. They're going to seek an alternative bankruptcy solution. Many people are wondering what to do. And, you know, there have been 14,000 cases of child molestation in the Boy Scouts, alleged cases of child molestation, in which the Boy Scouts never did anything. So they're facing a massive financial civil penalty stage, which they don't want to deal with. So what are they going to do? They're going to close their doors and wrap it up and try to divert their funds. Yeah, real scumbags. And they never prosecuted any of those scout leaders that were molesting the boys. Then they opened up the Boy Scouts to transgenderism, and voila. Then you got Boy Scouts, transgenders, and a whole lot of weird things going on those campouts. And 14,000 kids were molested, and not one person was prosecuted under the 20 years that Rex Tillerson was president of the Boy Scouts. And that guy was our Secretary of State and was working with Russia. So Trump fired him, not because he didn't charge anybody with crimes in the Boy Scouts, because Trump didn't trust him. Yeah, it's like Pizzagate, yeah. World's midst of carbon drought. Time is running out for Buttigieg and Klobuchar. The two trailing in the race may not be able to sustain their presence. Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg. Yeah, it seems like it's going to come down to between Bernie and Joe. That's the suspicion. We'll see if they can hold their own. I told you about the N-word. I don't want that in here. Why don't you have enough respect for me to not post that? Baked chicken breasts with roast corn on the cob looks pretty good. Are you going to put some, a little bit of cheese on top would be good. Yeah. I like chicken breast, a little bit of like soy, or like Swiss cheese or something. Why did U.S. break Diamond Princess coronavirus quarantine? Something went awry. This was the story yesterday. U.S. officials learned that they had to do something about this. 14 evacuees from the Diamond Princess cruise ship in Japan were allowed to fly back to the U.S. after testing positive for corona. This is why I think Donald Trump is asleep at the switch. Why would he break a quarantine of a Diamond Princess line in jeopardizing everybody around the people that are being contaminated. And even the people that are, bringing them in have to have, full hazmat suits on. Why would Trump do that? They were allowed to fly. U.S. officials learned the test results during the evacuation process after passengers had disembarked the ship. Can you believe how stupid this is? According to a joint statement from the U.S. State and Health and Human Services Department. Oh, thank you. The evacuees who hadn't shown symptoms of coronavirus were flown back in isolation from other passengers under constant monitoring. Their charter flights landed at Air Force bases in California and Texas. So they're spreading the disease in America, whatever the disease is. And of course, we did talk about the conspiracy theory that this is a far worse bioweapon than anyone is even aware of or talking about. But I don't want to bring that up tonight because tonight's about the truth. The truth is, Trump did a terrible thing allowing these people to come back. And although their initial 14-day quarantine was set to expire, the evacuees must now begin a second isolation period. Good, because China is saying we should quarantine people for 24 days now. There have been more than 450 confirmed cases of coronavirus on the ship since the original quarantine on February 4th. Wow. They're dropping like flies. If this really is the real coronavirus, or if this is the bioweapon, either way, they're going to have some deaths. If it's a bioweapon, a lot of deaths. All right. So since we really don't know the truth, what we do know is that all the live leaks from China, every single video that came in 2 weeks ago, are gone. A live leak I got last night of a Wuhan train station empty is gone. Every live leak has been shut down. We do know that there's a definite lock on information out of China. Okay, so we can go from there. Decide what are the possibilities? What's wrong? What could be going on here? Why are they covering up everything? Any ideas? Why does China not want us to see anything? Well, maybe because they just want everything to look good. They claim they're ramping up production. South Korea's President Moon Jae-in has said that they're ramping up production. They don't want this viral outbreak to be a slowing down business, blah, blah, blah. Maybe they just don't want bad press. Yes, Donald Trump has, I said this in the pre-show, but Donald Trump has released the chart, actually pardoned Rod Blagojevich. Now, this is on the news that Rod Blagojevich, having been sentenced to 14 years, is getting out early, is also indicative of Trump may have recognized that Rod Blagojevich, all he did was offer to sell some job, Barack Obama's job to somebody. I mean, Donald Trump does that all the time. I mean, look at how Betsy DeVos literally bought the Secretary of Education position with a $9.5 million bribe to Donald Trump. That's far worse than what Rod Blagojevich was doing. Offhand, he heard that recording. He wasn't even made aware of the recording, and they went ahead and used that to give him a 14-year sentence. I don't know how that recording was admissible, but apparently it was in the criminal aspect of what he did. But I'm not saying you should sell your position or take bribes. I'm not saying that. Rod Blagojevich clearly was selling the position of Barack Obama as a U.S. Senator to somebody else when Obama had to step out. Anyway, long story short, Trump has been doing that too, so he sees a commonality there, and he's giving clemency. That's special. Trump commutes Blagojevich's sentence and grants clemency to 10 others. Wow. So the thing about Trump is he likes felons. He wants to give them every chance he can possibly give them. Yeah, Donald Trump, as you know, has committed a couple felonies, which he will be charged for. And we have to wonder how he gets away with this, but apparently he does it all the time. Yeah, he's received all kinds of fun money from Oleg Deripaska. And Oleg Deripaska, the Russian oligarch who rigged the election in favor of Donald Trump, he's been actually working through a guy named Len Blavatnik to fund the campaigns of Lindsey Graham. Here he is right here. Len Blavatnik, a Russian oligarch. Lindsey Graham's been getting money. He's gotten about $3 million from this guy in the middle. Len Blavatnik. Mitch McConnell has gotten money from this Russian oligarch. Yep. And then Mitch McConnell gave Deripaska a free ride, basically didn't prosecute Deripaska, and dropped all sanctions against Deripaska after receiving money for re-election from Deripaska. Moscow Mitch has released any sanctions against Deripaska. So apparently that money bought Deripaska a free ride, and he doesn't have to pay any sanctions, even though they were supposed to be imposed upon him. Is that interesting? Yeah, so that's going on in the background. The Israeli lobby is moving to Nevada rapidly. AIPAC, the American Israeli Political Affairs Committee. They're actively trying to convince people not to vote for Sanders. With Sanders' recent populist appeal, Israel's lobby is spending big bucks to sink his chances in Nevada. So we'll see what happens in Nevada. It could be a crossroads for Sanders. AIPAC, as you know, gives full support to people like Pete Buttigieg. He gets full support from AIPAC. And it's interesting to note, too, that Pete Buttigieg is also getting money from Len Blavatnik, the same Russian oligarch, who supports Trump and McConnell. So these Russian oligarchs know that they can buy our officials. They gave Buttigieg over $5,000. They gave $3 million to Lindsey Graham, $3 million to Mitch McConnell. This is what's going on. This is the truth. We would have sorted this out if the Republicans had bothered to ask for witnesses, but we didn't. Yes.
To people who describe.
I want to marry and start a family with my ghost boyfriend. That looks fun. Yeah, we'll take that tonight. We'll look at it. My ghost boyfriend. How funny. She has a ghost boyfriend she's going to have a family with. Okay, Ozzy Osbourne cancels tours due to illness. Uh-oh. Is Ozzy feeling weird? Now, I normally don't feature Rolling Stone because they libeled me, claiming I was the bizarre fringe candidate. I found out that was libel. So I normally don't feature this joke of a paper. I used to like the Rolling Stone magazine until they libeled me. Porker, this hairdo is not really, I took a ride down the road. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. If it's that bad for you, I'm sorry. If you feel, that my hair isn't meeting your satisfaction, Porker. Ozzy Osbourne canceled due to illness. Well, he looks pretty ill. I'm sorry to hear that. He's had a couple of health setbacks. He says, I'm so thankful for everyone who's been patient because I've had a shit year. Unfortunately, I won't be able to get to Switzerland for treatment until April, and the treatment takes 6 to 8 weeks. I don't want to start a tour and then cancel shows at any last minute. Yeah, we're cool with that, Ozzy. We're good. Take care of yourself, man. We care about you. Yeah, we don't want you to be touring when you're like Tom Petty, the 59 tours he did when he had a cracked pelvis. Poor guy died from all that. So yeah, he had an opioid overdose. Just to kill the pain. Can you imagine doing 59 concerts with a cracked pelvis? They say that when Tom Petty was at the very end of his run, his pelvis was actually cracking apart. How freaky is that? Yeah, people don't heal from cracked pelvises. It happened from a fall Tom Petty had. The New York City Cyber Center is run by Israeli groups with direct ties to Israeli intelligence and shady pasts. It looks like a good movie. From The Last American Vagabond. Cool. He does good work. Yeah, we'll take a look at his work tonight.
The only reason it does make sense is because on the Russian side, they're pushing that agenda, bad guy. On the Israeli side, they're pushing the other way. Either way, it should be alarming. This shouldn't be the case. a former Knesset member, a member of Netanyahu's party on this group should be something that's alarming, whether that's for Israeli politician or any politician.
You know, this is a furtive ground for political discussion.
But his name is Errol Margalit.
You know, everybody has been talking about Israel's influence over American politics for years. Hey, Slim. And Bernie is talking about, you know, Israel in a way that doesn't really target the bad guys. He just targets Israel. Bernie's got it all wrong. Israel is our ally. I don't know. Is that a joke? Israel is our ally. There's no reason why we would, you know, dislike Israel like Bernie does. Bernie's picked the wrong enemy. He needs to go after the Russian oligarchs that, you know, obviously these are the people that are controlling the election. We don't need to pick on Israel, Bernie. Israel's our ally. We don't need to hate them. You could argue that there are people, New World Order people that call themselves Zionists that you could worry about, because I worry about the New World Order forming. But Bernie doesn't even address the New World Order. He's just mindlessly going after Israel, which is absurd. I wish Bernie would talk about the fact that Barack Obama literally was married to a transgender. Yeah, that would make the news. But Bernie won't talk about that. Oh no. Hang on, let's go to a quick picture of Michelle dancing with Ellen DeGeneres. If we look at the center of that picture, you can see that Michelle had a penis, right? Yeah, so I'm not making this up. Well, the story is going finally after, what, 8 years of us talking about it, or 6 or 7 years of us talking about it? The story is now becoming a big issue. Yeah. I mean, here is Michael LaVaughn Robinson in the early 80s or late 70s when he met Michael, when Barack met Michael. And it was a beautiful love affair, you know? And they had to fit that into faking out the American people for 8 years. You know, when they both left the office, handed the torch over to this imbecile Trump, they both looked at each other, and this is reported, people saw them say almost at the same time, "I can't believe we pulled this off." Yeah. Do you want to take a look at Michelle's penis again up close? Yeah, we can do it. I don't know if Michelle has any influence over anybody, really. Yeah, the problem is she's pretending to have influence. But if you want to be a mindless idiot and allow these people who've committed fraud to continue to commit fraud, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to sit there and be a Democrat and linger in your world of being lied to by these fraudulent liars, sure, but we can go back to that picture. Take a look at this scene right here, and as you can see, this is one dance move that you can't hide the trajectory and the swing of what appears to be a penis and a scrotum. So I'm not making a big issue about it. The only reason why I'm even talking about it is because it's clearly fraud. And when you see a picture of Michael LaVaughn Robinson, I mean, that's obviously Michelle Obama. Well, anyways, it's now a public issue. Right. Michelle Obama, the conspiracy theory, claims ex-FLOTUS is a man. See photos. Yeah. So finally it reached IB Times. Yeah, that's about as mainstream as it could get. And our photos are not doctored. They're definitely not doctored. Adele, there's all kinds of pictures of Michelle coyly covering her genitalia, but I got to tell you, there is no way that that's a real picture of Michelle Obama. That is a paste up, dude. Yeah, that's not a real picture of Michelle Obama. No. Clearly the face is pasted on that. Anybody could see that. So, let's be real. And you'd think they would have at least airbrushed the pubic hair around the, yeah. But no, seriously, these are real photographs. These were not doctored. So they've completely combed the internet. And a lot of people are wondering, well, how could they have faked the children? Well, they had good friends. Yeah, there were a lot of people supported the Obamas. Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, they had two of their best friends were the parents of Sasha and Malia, and they traveled with them. So it's, yeah, here they are right here. And they even looked like the girls. Look at that. Yeah, these two are the close friends of Michelle, and they were on all the flights. They whenever they went on vacation, they went with these two. Yeah, Martin Nesbitt and his wife Anita Blanchard are close friends of the Obamas, and they've been there every time the girls traveled. They traveled with them. So the real parents are those, and there is no picture of Michelle Obama pregnant. So how could she carry two people? So you've been lied to. That's why I'm here on Truth Tuesday, to tell all of you Democrats that you've been lied to. Open your eyes, okay? Anita Blanchard. It doesn't matter. You know, you can look this up. There's plenty of information out there. So yeah, finally the conspiracy theory is gaining some momentum after, what, 6 or 7 years? 6 years. So wake up, people. Now that we realize our country's been lying to us for years, now you'll realize that we don't have any safety net. None of us do. Our government doesn't even have a grain reserve in case we have a disastrous drought and a huge cutoff on food. We don't even have a strategic grain reserve. These imbeciles in the Democratic Republican Party have led us into a hole which I don't think they could extricate us from, because all they do is overspend. The truth is, our government borrows $1 trillion a year on top of its current debt to make this whole magical thing happen. We should never cut Social Security. We should, in fact, we need to raise it higher than we're raising it. We should add $500 to every citizen in the United States to get them on their feet financially. Every citizen who's not getting Social Security or disability should get $500 a month. I'm the only person running now with the Universal Basic Income Plan. All the rest have all gone. Yeah. So when Andrew Yang split after doubling the amount he got from my idea, he took and doubled it. Now that was a low blow to us, because I know that we could only afford as a nation $500 per month per U.S. adult. It was a low blow when Andrew Yang did that. But now that he's gone and he wormed his way out of politics, thank you. Now we can give people what they really need to get at least some food. Now there are veterans out there that are getting nothing under Trump. This is how you got fluent in English? I thought you spoke English. Oh, Three Stooges, yeah. We prefer to call him Buttigieg as opposed to Buttigieg. Many people don't know how to pronounce his name. Buttigieg, Buttigieg, butt plug. All these things are applicable. You can pronounce it any way you want. Bottom line is, that guy is a CIA agent. He worked for McKinsey Group and will not talk about his past. We don't know how truthful the story is about him having been arrested as a child for killing 5 dogs, strangling them. There is a newspaper article that says that, but I cannot verify its authenticity at this point. So, yeah, supposedly the newspaper article came out showing that he did this, and it does seem like if he is CIA, they would have solicited a young sociopath who's been arrested to be their puppet, their Manchurian candidate.
Buttigieg has been arrested on suspicion of the recent killings of at least 5 dogs. Authorities say they were able to locate the suspected individual thanks to testimony of witnesses who saw the teen allegedly strangling a stray dog. Okay, and then there's this little photo that goes with it. Now, the funniest thing about this.
The funniest thing is about this is that if we saw a guy named Pete Buttigieg in a newspaper, this should be national news. That's what this should be. I love this, really. Is he related to a rear admiral named Rear Admiral Buttigieg? Really? You know, I checked the pronunciation in French, and the name is derived from a French. He looks French, you know. And I'm correct. In French, when you pronounce his name, this is what you get.
Buttigieg. Buttigieg.
Buttigieg.
Buttigieg.
English pronunciation is
Buttigieg.
Buttigieg, but French.
Buttigieg.
Now, in German, my pronunciation is David Spoonheim. You're welcome to call me David Spoonheim. I don't care. You could call me David Sponham. I don't care. You can call me David Spoonheim. I don't even care. Hi, Add the One. But just don't call me late for dinner, because I'm usually on time. But no, seriously, I don't see the big deal if we want to call him Buttigieg. I'm not, it's the French pronunciation. I would never engage. Sexuality is a very serious issue here, and I would never engage in profligate sex with anyone, especially same-sex. Yeah, I'm a very private person, and I don't believe that we should all run around trying to hit on each other like some of you gay transgenders. So I am concerned about the sexual harassment and perversion coming out of the transgender group here. Speaking of scandals, this is from TMZ. The Queen must drop the royal. Excuse me, I thought the Queen was. Yeah. Meghan and Harry must drop the royal from the Sussex brand. Yes. It would be great if the Queen would drop the royal from her branding too. But yes, she's still alive. And there's no truth to the rumor that she lives on adrenochrome, derived from the adrenal glands of small children. There's no truth to that at all. So yeah, this is a story that's going to kind of sink in for a while. Meghan and Harry have separated for whatever reason. We can pontificate on what the reasons are, but they've separated from the royal family, and they have every right to do what their heart desires. And I think as a couple, they could pursue new branding. So I'm thinking dropping the word royal would mean maybe bringing on the word regal, and they could change it to the Regal Sussex brand. Just a thought. Harry, if you're listening, just a suggestion, change it to Regal from royal. People do that all the time. Regal. So they're not going to use the word royal now because she's upset. She said you can't use the word royal if you're not part of the royal family. That's a serious woman there, the Queen. Yes, she's not happy with the whole thing. Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
Okay, there's something.
Storage. Well, you know that long ago, people didn't even eat grain. Grain isn't part of the keto diet, so. But we have enough grain storage.
Yeah, you know, our government doesn't have a strategic grain reserve, unfortunately. I would create a grain reserve, for sure. And that would help our farmers, too. Yeah, President Obrador's name now, as well as Prime Minister Trudeau and Angela Merkel and so on down the line. Iowa State Representative Ross Wilburn. Okay, we got stories about Klobuchar and Buttigieg making the waves. We'll talk about that when I get back, but I'll leave this for Sarah to talk about the news. She picks up wherever I left off. And there's really nothing more to talk about. Donald Trump gave clemency to Blagojevich, Milken, Carrick, others. Up to 10 people got clemency. Okay. And the media is bragging up Bloomberg, making it seem like he's the best guy on earth, when in fact, you know that Michael Bloomberg has 40 cases of sexual misconduct against him?
I did not know that.
40 cases women have filed against him. We go from one weirdo to another one. It's like, these are the people running.
There's a fascination with TV sales, like advertising, television advertising or something.
Does
You're
anyone
right.
watch TV
I don't
anymore?
know.
Yeah, I don't know. I got
I
out of
mean,
TV advertising.
I do watch Netflix and Amazon.
They've lost their venue for Netflix and Amazon to actually deliver TV commercials to us, because, as you know, these are subscription services that are kind of really making a huge dent on our entertainment. They say 168 million people in America watch Netflix at least 1 hour a week.
I did go see a movie recently, and there was definitely some advertising in the theater.
Yeah, movies, but again, movies are like a dying industry too. We have a drive-in movie theater in our area, and I'm surprised how many people bring their families to this thing. But he's one of the few. There's not that many drive-in theaters out there anymore. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you very much for coming in.
Why the name Hope Hicks? Why would you want to use that as your chat room name? Whatever. I know, why go to a cinema? Most everyone has a home theater. 24 minutes of ads about coming attractions. I know, why go to a cinema? Most everyone has a home theater. In other words, Hope Hicks is Rodney, and you're hoping David would not kick you out of the room if you had the name Hope Hicks. Is that what it is? How's the Sarah worm doing, Mad Dog? You only have the one worm? Alright, good to know, Preparation H. You've made some roasted chicken and some roasted corn. I'm sure he doesn't want to do that. That's weird that you would want him to do that, but whatever. Hello, Adwan. I know, it is. Do you think oh, the phonograph. TV is a dying industry like the phonograph? True. I'm definitely not down for that, Preparation H. Mary Ellen. You love Mary Ellen. Okay. Whoever that is. Interesting. Oh, I think David's actually broadcasting on Periscope. Yes. So why aren't we... I'll try to... You broadcast. I wonder if it'll work. No, I didn't want David to grow a huge mustache. Some people, beards look good on. Some people, I guess, mustaches look good on. But I used to like a goatee on certain people. But I actually prefer no facial hair, like David has. No facial hair. Vinyl will go up next year. There was a vinyl, the last vinyl record company burnt down, and now the only one is in Japan. Wow. No, I don't think David would look good with a shaved head. No, definitely not. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. There were only 2 vinyl record company factories. One was in America and one was in Japan. You think David growing a mustache would be good? Do I have a big space between my nose and upper lip? I don't think I do. But you think David does? Alright. Yeah, the only time you ever watch TV anymore is when you're at the doctor's office. I don't even know if I do that. I don't think my doctor's office plays television. I went somewhere to watch TV to watch the Super Bowl game. That was about it. That was good. You love the Beatles. Okay. I know some people that love the Beatles. I like the Beatles. No, I didn't go to Applebee's. That's a thought. I went to a local pizza parlor. They had some good TVs but ironically, not a lot of people were there. Probably everybody was watching at home, streaming it. Not that I'm aware of. Preparation. Definitely not that I'm aware of. You liked Greatest American Hero, Quantum Leap, Airwolf. Yeah, I remember those days. Ah. That was pretty funny, Dave Sponham. David would still look great. I know you don't. You guys are just weird. Even Jerry Springer is canceled now. Is Oprah canceled yet? Okay, Ahmed. Thanks. Ahmed. I will never leave, David. I'm with David for life. She has been? I did not know that. David loves me very much. Trump granted clemency to Blagojevich, Milken, and Carrick. There's a column in the Chicago Tribune. Blagojevich pardon shows Trump is assembling a corruption dream team. There's virtual reality. When am I going VR to do VR worm farming on Me TV? I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right, Tiddly D. Gotta start working on building that. Did you watch the movie or read the book of Ready Player One? I have not seen the movie, but I listened to the audiobook and I really enjoyed it. I'm wondering if the movie's gonna like ruin it for me because I have my own vision in my head when I was listening to the audiobook. Yeah. Anything can, you're right, VR can be a game, like a toy, or a powerful learning tool. When you experience something, you pick up a lot more knowledge. You think he'll be able to pick that up, Lawnmower Man? Like, I leave and David just ends up with that? I don't think so, Slim, but good theory. Wait, now is Awesome Carl Rodney? I'm all confused. The movie is good. Some people didn't like it. I loved the book, so I'm gonna have to watch the movie. Where can I watch the movie? I'll have to find it. They had animation. There was one. Usually I read the book and then I watch the movie and I'm always like totally disappointed, except for maybe, but that's probably, oh wait, Wonder. I always read the book and then watch the movie, but Wonder, I liked the movie almost better than the book. Yeah. Or I'm just extremely loyal, Lawnmower Man. Extremely loyal. Okay. There already are people that are playing with Tiddly D wonders how long before tech gets embedded in our skin. There actually already are certain programmers that are experimenting with that and have been for a couple of years. It's definitely not mainstream, but there are definitely people that have been experiencing with that. Well, yes, I agree with Lawnmower Man. I don't know. They don't call themselves Borgs, but there's some name they do give themselves. The people that like it's called biohacking. I don't know if he realizes I bought this microphone that's not the right type of microphone for podcasting, but that's what I use. So that's why you can hear all the background sounds, because I didn't get the right microphone. Cybernetics might become a thing. Yeah, Steeboo. That's why I prefer streaming. Then you can pick and choose what you want to watch, and then you can just like focus on that until you're finished with it. I really don't want to click on that link upstate because of what you told me it's all about. I did not know that Final Dream, but yes, I could see how that would be a version of biohacking. He says you can cut open your fingertips and implant tiny magnets, and then you can literally sense magnetic fields. I wonder if that would affect your credit cards. I am sorry for you, Lawnmower Man. Clearly, yes, I'm doing an excellent job as a campaign manager. Well, he's very frugal. I would say that. Your 2 DVRs and a collection of shows from the 60s, 70s, and 80s to catch up on. Wow, so many. Doing the Invaders, Hogan's Heroes, Green Acres, Star Trek, The Next Generation. What is TOS? Wonder Woman, Three Stooges. Well, hello, Hexblaze. My name is Sarah. Normally you would see a gentleman on here named David Sponheim. Hexblaze is joining us at Twitch. Yes, what is this? And David Sponheim is actually running for president of the United States as under America's Third Party. Not a Democrat, not a Republican, which is why you don't see him on the ballots. and he has a lot to say. He'll come back. We are also broadcasting on other chats. Hexy plays, such as Vaughn Live, YouTube, and others. So you are welcome to, if you see me responding to somebody else, it's because they're chatting over there. Yeah, so he may never qualify, Xenu. Actually, I am wearing pants. Some people think I'm not wearing pants. That's my pant leg. I do wear pants when I broadcast. Oh, you liked Wonder Woman? She would spin around really quick. You started noticing girls or wondering what you noticed Wonder Woman. No thanks. Does David ever run? Like jogging? No, not that I recall. He likes to swim. David likes to swim. And no, maybe that's what you're doing, Rodney. Anyway, we are fiscally conservative, socially liberal. You can find out more about David's platform at americasthirdparty.com. Yes, I have heard of that upstate, and I should do that. That explains it, Preparation H. Thanks, Johnny. Johnny just gave me a compliment, said I look lovely. Cranky Bean says, get a fishing license. You didn't say that, get a fishing license, but if you had a fishing license, you could jog down to the beach, do some fishing, and jog back home with dinner. I have not seen that website before. Is it safe? Shall I click on it? Oh, whatever. Thanks, Rodney. Oh. Yeah, I never saw that website. Thanks for sharing. I will try not to ever change. Well, I feel like I'm getting old sometimes, Slim. All right. Tiddly D over on another site is saying a movie he hasn't seen in years is Fright Night. He'd like to see that again. Is that like a horror flick? I don't know why. I'm just not into horror flicks. I do like... suspense? Yes. What's the word? Like, I think it's suspense movies, but I don't really like horror movies. Oh, a vampire flick from the 80s. Oh, Lost Boys was definitely culty. A cult movie. Oh, thanks, Slim. What kind of movies do all of you like? Rom-coms? Well, not really. I don't like rom-coms because I'm not a really comedian one of the things. I'm more of a rom-dram, romantic drama. I like sci-fi, yeah. I tend to like sci-fi. David loves action, so I'll watch action. I like action movies too. Hot, Xenu. Thanks for being honest. Eric, I like... Oh, me too, Eric. Like feminist woke movies? And Lifetime... Wait, Eric, are you female? I don't know. I like some reality shows too. You like sci-fi action series binging? I do like that too. I used to watch all of the Star Trek, The Next Generation, and what was that? TNG, and then there was another one with a female. Was it? There's another one I'm thinking of with a female captain. Yeah, what do you think about that preparation? I would think it is strange. The same screen over and over. Captain Janeway. That was her name. Yes, Star Trek Voyager. I watched a lot of those. Almost all of them. Oh, okay. Both genders in a blender. That's all right. Works. That works, Eric. Thanks for sharing. Rotten Tomatoes official secrets. She risked everything to stop an unjust war. Her government called her a traitor based on world-shaking true events. Official secrets tell the gripping story of Catherine somebody. Like A Few Good Men, why do you like them so much? Because they stand on the wall and say nothing is going to hurt you tonight. Not on my watch. I do remember the Borg. 7 and 9. Yep. Oh, she's on Star Trek Picard. That would not surprise me. 7 of 9 was pretty interesting. You know what was interesting about 7 of 9 actually is real life. Because she was married to a guy who was a politician, but you'll have to research very scandalous stuff with their relationship that came out in their divorce proceedings. But he ran for senator against Barack Obama. That's pretty interesting. A British intelligence specialist whose job involves routine handling of classified information. One day in 2003, in the lead up to the Iraq War, she received a memo from the NSA with a shocking directive. The U.S. is enlisting Britain's help in collecting compromising information on UN Security Council members in order to blackmail them into voting in favor of an invasion of Iraq. Oh, this is very good. Wait, I wonder if oh, no, I didn't. A British intelligence specialist. I never saw that. Official secrets. That looks good. I don't know what would be the proper motivation, Lawnmower Man. I've got to work on my own gut. Yep. Yeah, Boston Public. I remember that show too. I look like I've been under a rock for centuries. Thank you. That's almost a poem, Preparation H. Oh, I don't know if I saw that episode. I didn't watch too much Boston Public when it was out. The face and the look, my vibe. All right. It's just my hair, my face, my look. I look like I've been under a rock. I lived in the USA, not in Iraq, but I do tend to try to avoid the news. It's very depressing. Every time I look at the news, it's just so depressing. Did I see the movie Parasite? No, I haven't seen a new movie. What I meant was... Okay. What kind of rock? Lawnmower Man asked. Do I look like I've been under granite? Surely not. Sandstone? Too fragile. Ah, you noticed, Imprez. Quite impressing. And oh, he meant to say, I seem like a decent person, maybe too decent for sites like these. I see, it was a compliment. Thank you. I'm trying to bring a little class to this website. Well, I wouldn't laugh at them. Because you say it enough, pirate. Oh my goodness. That's David, okay. Thanks. So lovely. No, I'm telling you, I love fries. It's not smell-o-vision. If you smell anything, it's probably yourself. Time to take a shower. Yeah, true, maxed out credit. Okay. Good night, Slim. Have a good night. You remember Christmas Scratch and Sniff? Did the Christmas one smell like peppermint? I remember actually our school librarian hands out for Christmas, she handed out scratch and sniff bookmarks. Some of them smelled like gingerbread and some of them smelled like peppermint. But then you don't have as much time to spend with me. If David took less time on his breaks. You think he needs to get all the stuff done before the show? Yeah, well, there's a lot of things he has to do. He doesn't really even take a break. He's always working. No, there was no bookmark that smelled like Santa's boots. Oh, a pine one? Yeah, I don't know about that. Was that a good smell? Preparation H? There's always some smells that take you back to like memories in your childhood. Oh. Most of the time, David doesn't wear a wig. Hello, Veronica. David's in the other room making backup emergency pasta. I know there's this thing, I'm not a big fan of pasta, but David generally does make it. Yes, I know it. I bought the wrong kind of microphone, so you get to hear everything in the background. I don't know if David knows that, though, because I purposely go into the bedroom and don't make a peep when he's on his show. So you don't hear all the me, like, moving things in the background. No, Veronica, I usually don't cook or do the dishes. Well, sometimes I'll put the dishes away, but I do it very quietly. Because actually the sound of slamming dishes really hurts my ears. First computer game you played was Oregon Trail in school. Me too. They had Sticky Bear at the library. I don't remember Sticky Bear. But I do remember the year after I learned Oregon Trail, I think it was 6th grade or 5th grade. I don't know. So it was a year or two. But the summer before 7th grade, I said, Mom, I want to go to summer school. She's like, why? Everybody else in my family was like, why? Because they offered some really cool enrichment classes at the summer school at the middle school to try to get kids interested in going to middle school. And so they offered like a computer course, and it was really cool computer course. Like we learned, like had the floppy disks. And we got to look inside a computer, and we got to like move it was back in like when you had the green and black screen and you could move the cursor in order to like make a picture. And anyway, any plans for David to broadcast in 3D and Scratch and Sniffs? I didn't know they're coming out with Scratch and Sniffs in the future. I don't know, Steve-Boo. I think he wants to lose some weight first. Yeah, Hugh passed away. David used to take a break to feed the fish, yeah. I know. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Well, he just, I don't know. He just would want to, I would think. You remember trying to write your computer programs in BASIC on your old Tandy Color computer 2 from Radio Shack. Wow. I never had one of those.
Yeah, so that's a lovely locket with that coat. Looks good.
Oh yeah, did you see my not
Yeah, I
a
like
locket, but a necklace?
Necklace, yeah.
Because it doesn't open.
Right. Unless it's opening a like the time-space continuum shift, paradigm shift, abstract way. Okay.
I believe you, Final Dream. I don't have the money now, but
Really, you actually tried to write computer programs in BASIC?
I did learn Visual Basic. I went to school and took a class in that. And then I was going back, I was like, oh, I need to take another class. And the next class I was taking was like, Computers 101. I'm like, no, I know how to like navigate files. It was like too basic for me once I learned Visual Basic.
Right, yeah.
And then I remember I walked in on this electronics course, and they had a book. It was like this thick, and they were already halfway through it. I had to drop that class the next day because I had no idea what they were talking about.
Yes, can I help you? Yeah, what's your question, man?
Oh, goodness.
All right.
All right, I'm going to let David go.
Yeah, dinner's ready for you on the stove, so
Thanks.
enjoy. It's warmed up for the night before that other one, but
Oh, yes.
I put the new one away, so.
Okay.
And this has got I like making Brussels sprouts and carrots together. I don't know, they seem to work for me.
Yeah, they are good.
They're good for you too.
All right.
All right,
Sounds
thank
good.
you very much. Awesome. Take a long vacation.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Take a long vacation.
This isn't anything important, right? Just Rotten Tomatoes. Got it.
It's an interesting movie.
Oh, Rotten Tomatoes?
No, Rotten Tomatoes is a movie review site. The movie is called Official Secrets or something Secrets. Anyway, whatever.
Okay. David, are you aware that if you follow a rainbow to the very end, you will end up seeing the rainbow coming out of... You're just making that up. I didn't say anything. No, but I didn't read the whole... I didn't pre-read it. Preparation age, we're going to ask you to mute you for a while because it's inappropriate to talk about that. And we're trying to, minimize the sexual harassment that's been going on in the show. Ever since you people decided that you were going to attack people in the show, and obviously that's been your fascination. The Price is Right halts production after Drew Carey's ex-fiance's murder. Wow, that's serious. Wow, look at that. Okay, what are we really looking at here? Drew just issued the statement obtained by TMZ. Amy and I had a love that people are lucky to have once in a lifetime. She was a positive force in the world, a tireless and unapologetic champion for women, and passionate about her work as a therapist. I am overcome with grief. I would like to thank you in advance for giving myself and everyone who loved Amy privacy while we try to work through this tragic situation. The Price is Right is going to be at a brief hiatus. Okay. Yeah, so apparently this woman was murdered. Cops say Drew's fiancée, Dr. Amy Harwick, was murdered over the weekend after an ex-boyfriend allegedly attacked her and caused her to fall off a third-story balcony in the Hollywood Hills. Oh my God. Jeez, that's tragic. I'm so sorry. Drew is going through a tremendous amount. Police arrested the ex, Gareth Pursehouse, and booked him for murder. What does the guy look like? Drew and Amy started dating back in 2017, announced their engagement in 2018, less than a year later, they split. Okay, well, I don't want to get to that. Yeah, hang on. Excuse me. Go. Okay. Images. There he is. This is the guy they're alleging did it. This is the accused killer of this beautiful woman, Dr. Amy Harwick. Wow. This 41-year-old California man accused of forcing his way into Harwick's Hollywood Hills home, attacking her in a struggle. She reportedly fell from a third-story balcony and later died at the hospital from her injuries. Well, it's kind of like the Saul Mineo story, but I never did cocaine, no. I was blowing my nose, thank you. Well, it's a little cold. You know, when you go into a cold room, you get a little of that hot coffee. So I picked up this rag from this bus depot outside of Huon. I was just trying to blow my nose with it. It smells weird. I'm kidding. It's a joke. It's terrible, though. What link to Connie's website? Who's posting that link? I don't see it here. Thank you for alerting me, gosh. It's Limu, the original coffee from Ethiopia. The original coffee, I mean organic Limu bean. The finest coffee on earth. Just like my fruit enzyme spray derived from the fountain of youth water. I'm living the life La Vida to its fullest. I can't miss a moment. It's just so wonderful. You know, every day I get a day spa in a bottle. Don't patent that name. Don't trademark it. Day spa in a bottle. Uh-oh. I just let it out. Let me go to my domain tracking and find out if anyone has that. We're not talking about my sister here. Remember we talked about that? There is no spray online. Here we go. It is available. Day Spa in a bottle. Except it reads Day Spain a bottle. Okay. None of you get that domain. I'll save it for later, okay? You know, caffeine is the way to go. My grandfather mined the bean, helped the plantation get everything. The early days of coffee came from my grandfather. He was one of the guys that spearheaded that entire thing back in the 20s. Early coffee imports came from the 1800s, but, you know, we started really doing business down there in South America, and our country really expanded our reach during that time period. Yes, I believe my grandfather knew Juan Valdez, but I don't know. Valdez? He knew Juan Valdez from the Valdez accident up in Alaska. Chicken feet might actually cure colds. Now that's interesting. That's up there with the avian flu virus scare. Coffee started in the Middle East in the 6th century, and these beans I'm drinking from are from Ethiopia, the center of the beginning of coffee. The origin of the original coffee bean. Yeah, and we don't know exactly when that happened, besides the 6th century. When they figure out they could actually get a little high off of it, where they get a little buzz. Yeah, no one really knows how bad coffee is for you, as long as you don't overdo it. They say it's medicinal. I've used it as an antioxidant for years. And I read some studies showing that coffee truly reduces prostate cancer risk among men it's a 51% reduction. Based on studies done over a 25-year period by men who drink 5 cups a day, they found a significant reduction in prostate cancer. That's just one aspect of the antioxidant quality of coffee. Russia temporarily bans all Chinese visitors in coronavirus epidemic. Yes, of course. In fact, Trump has been allowing them to come into our country, and I urge all of you retardicans to realize that Trump doesn't even know what he's doing. He's hurting our country by allowing them to come in here illegally. Well, bringing them to our country is so stupid. It's up there with Obama and Ebola. Remember my Obama Ebola video? It's a good one. I have it on my website. Yeah, and if you're one of those people that never hits on the website, my shadow banning shows me that I get hardly anybody hitting on it. But Max showed me a couple of weeks ago that we're getting 500,000 hits a day on that website. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Or at least within a week, it shows me I have about 5 hits. So you want to check out cooking shows that are really affordable, or go to the very beginning, you'll see my blackface videos over at that website. Syke says, so much censorship, it's unwatchable. Wow. Okay. Wow. I heard the audio is suppressed here. I'll write that in the chat room. Yeah, thanks for telling me. Appreciate it, Syke Juice. I've been tracking what you've been saying over at Twitch. Yeah, who holds secret talks with tech giants to stop the spread of coronavirus? You know, yeah, I want to know that. Bagelitis, do you have a link? Okay, we have a little thing called Democratic Policies. We'll play that for you. It's a spoof on democratic policies.
All right, I brought you here because we need something new to investigate Donald Trump.
Can we investigate the Russia thing again?
Damn it, Nancy, we've already done that.
Oh, sorry.
Why don't we investigate Donald Trump being a racist? We've already done that. It didn't work.
I know he a racist. Are these guys taking my picture? Can we investigate why Donald Trump hates Sharia law?
Sharia law is not legal in America, so we can't do that yet.
It will be legal soon.
Maybe we should investigate his poop.
What do you want to go rooting around in his poop for, Nancy?
Because Mr. Poopy Pants is obviously hiding something in his poop.
That's just gross, Nancy.
I'm sorry.
Come on, guys, let's pull it together.
Can I get anybody started with some drinks?
Damn it, Alexandria, you're not a bartender anymore.
OMG, I totes forgot. Sorry.
Why is she here?
Has everybody met my boyfriend?
Alexandria, nobody cares about your ginger boyfriend.
As if.
Let's get on topic here. We're here to investigate Trump. He's a racist.
Come on, guys, let's pull it together. If I don't get elected president before I die, I just won't be able to live with myself.
Did the Stormy Daniels thing work?
No, Nancy, it didn't work.
What about the Brett Kavanaugh thing?
That didn't work either.
Well, shit, I'm running out of ideas here.
He doesn't support Sharia law. Maybe we can investigate that.
Sharia law isn't legal.
Not yet. I think I'm being investigated for giving my boyfriend money.
That's because you're stupid.
I'm not stupid. I was a bartender, okay?
Did anybody bring any snacks? I'm starving over here.
I bought some Tide Pods. They're pretty good. You want to try some?
Tide Pods? God damn.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's almost like those ridiculous improv groups that take old movies and put funny heads on the screen and talk. You know, it's like they're making this stuff up on the fly. But whatever. Well, I'm afraid I blacked your call, Discount Dave Sponheim. It's just that I got a call from Nancy in heaven, and she said that she's on a heavy dose of Valium because she has to meet St. Peter and decide her fate. Why Elliot Abrams is Smurf villain Gargamel? Do I really have to? No, I'll play that later. Yeah, that's too obscure to even play. We're trying to hone in on what's true and what's not. We do know that we're being, kept from getting information about the coronavirus by the Chinese government. All access to the live leak has been shut down. Take the call from the Oak Harbor phone number. I don't take your calls, Rodney. Yeah. Anybody can spoof an Oak Harbor phone number in our area. You think you learned something from your How to Hack Dave Sponheim website? Super Saver. Facebook needs Zuckerberg removed from control. How did you get in this show after threatening to kill me and gut me like a fish 25 times? Do you really believe that that's acceptable behavior, that you should come in here and post links? God. I'll take your link, but I'm not, it's not like I care. Now, they're saying Facebook needs Zuckerberg removed from control, George Soros says. Well, it's interesting. Facebook's CEO, Zuckerberg, Mark Zuckerberg has ultimately hurt our relationship. He says he doesn't care if people don't like him. And I feel hurt, because I really wanted to like Mark Zuckerberg. And he feels he doesn't care if people don't like him. And now he says Facebook's going to change in a way that we're not going to like it. And George Soros wants to take control. I don't know. It sounds like Facebook is a government operation, period. Mark Rothschild. There you go. Whoever's pulling George Soros' string is asking Zuckerberg to step down because maybe Zuckerberg ruined his chance of controlling Facebook. When they gave this Facebook to him, the Rockefellers didn't want to, he's the grandson, right? David Rockefeller's grandson is Mark Zuckerberg, according to conspiracy theories. We never did nail that down, though. You think Zuckerberg's wife is a Chinese agent? Well, she speaks a couple languages, and she's a doctor. It's like, who wouldn't solicit her? Last night, we talked about the dangers of the 5G network. Yeah, Zuckerberg's working for China, too. We know that. You can't mention anybody in my family's name in the show. That's a bannable offense. Okay, let's take a look here. Well,
question of the day.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ian, what do you think about 5G? For those of you that don't know, I'm a tower climber. I climb cell phone towers and install the cellular equipment that allows you to keep scrolling. And I'm currently in 5G training. And I was already concerned about this technology before getting in there and actually learning some of the science about it.
Yeah, we got a really good one here. This guy goes deep into the dangers that he was exposed to as he learned to be an installer, etc. You're not going to be able to posting here. Yeah. Oh, Barr has told that he wants to quit. William Barr is talking about quitting. Okay. We'll talk more about the dangers of the 5G network later tonight, obviously. We'll play that video, encore presentation of that video. I'm not going to call you Discount Dave Sponheim. Yeah. We don't do that here. If you couldn't get a call through, it's because you're blocked for making a ridiculous statement online. Barr has told those close to Trump that he may quit if the president keeps tweeting about investigations. No one ever told Donald Trump to stop tweeting. You're fired. No, we're not calling anybody, and we're going to be banning you as well, Vaporizo. Well, you're welcome to call me again if you just got the number. I mean, feel free. Yeah, if you're having a problem. These are all the people who've left the Trump administration. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Yeah. So he's up around, I thought he was closer to 45, but I'll take 40 have left by being fired or resigned, whatever. So yeah, Trump is not very capable of doing anything. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's been blocked numerous times. That number's been blocked. Yeah. Once you're blocked, you can't be unblocked. It's a perma-block. No, I won't. Jacob, you're not allowed to come in here and make posts here. Yeah, you've been muted. Call her blocked, man. Call her blocked. Yeah, there's a reason why it was blocked, because you violated our trust. I'm not your brother, and don't bother calling me. This is akin to what is called harassment. Sanders is leading over Trump. I don't believe that. In a national general election poll. Okay. I just don't believe it. No. All of those are hypothetical BS. No. All right, so we're talking about why China has a bioweapons lab 17 clicks away from Wuhan. Well, we've got one right off the coast of New York City, Plum Island. And if you grew up in Plum Island, you know that you never know what kind of, growing up around Connecticut, New York, you don't know what kind of people are going to be coming out of the Green Lagoon, if you know what I'm talking about. Would you like a little cowbell before you go to bed, Max? Okay. 1 minute, please. So if you're suffering from the dreaded genetic mutations you suffered at birth from living near Plum Island, I can't help you. You probably are, your fate is sealed. But if you're concerned about this new Wuhan thing, and your family is, it's probably one of the reasons why there's been numerous operations in our country as well. Apparently we have enemies, and they think that they have enemies too. You had lead pipes for years, yeah. But they had enemies too, so I'm not going to blame China for having a bioweapons lab. But putting it 17 miles away from Wuhan and then having an encounter in the middle of an open market where 12 people allegedly die, and then covering it up and acting like they didn't just spread a bioweapon throughout the entire region, that's something I'm having a problem with. And for that, I bring you cowbell. Hey, we got a guy named Captain Howdy who said that he's blabbing his mouth off saying he was friends with the leader of the Gambino family, Frank Cali. And after he turned down his offer to join the mob, he got angry and he told me to screw off and never talk to him again. Well, you're lucky. I'd like to talk about, the oligarchs, the Russian oligarchs. I don't want to label them as Zionists, I'm against people who are New World Order oligarchs. Yeah, let's phrase it that way, okay? Because we are dealing with an element of people that, I want to protect the great country of Israel. And calling out Zionism has been confusing for a lot of you people. And I have no feelings of anti-Semitism at all. In fact, I like Jewish people. I really do. And they're not really that greedy. The ones that are greedy are the Ashkenazis. But these are the people that we have to embrace too. They're people. Everybody's people, right? Hello, Ahmed Al-Najafi from the United Arab Emirates. Hello, sir. How may we help you in this show? No, Zeno, it wasn't. My self-importance, I believe, warranted self-importance, and I think relative arrogance probably got the guy angered when he stuck up behind me like a snake and committed a felony, putting me to full Nelson. I thought it was kind of funny, actually, because I've been into full Nelson many times. Have you actually engaged in wrestling at all? Hand-to-hand combat? Yeah, this guy. What am I going to do with that guy? He's Zeno. He's always... You are extending the hand of a friendship from Dubai to our brothers of Salam, good people. Well, thank you for sharing. We certainly wish you the best as well. And I admire what you're doing And I think that everyone around the world is threatened by this potential coronavirus. Stay vigilant. Always guard your personage. Protect yourself from any germs, bacteria. Don't touch your fingers to your face. Don't pick your nose. Don't put your fingers in your mouth. Don't, in fact, touch your eyes. You'll be infecting them. So be careful. Fingers off face. Okay? So Plum Island is the center of this this whole thing that we've even they say the original markers for the gene that we're dealing with the coronavirus were fabricated here in Plum Island. Originally. The markers date back to the AIDS viruses, all of them. I never said a word to that guy, no. It's called jealousy, Zeno. When people see somebody they're jealous of, who stand a foot taller than them and obviously have a superior stance and physicality, better built than they are, they get so jealous that they want to use their puny little power that they think they have being a 5'5" guy who's a wrestling champion. So he came up behind me and put me in a full Nelson. Yeah. We don't know why he did, but it happened. Sarah was my witness, but not even my lawyer bothered to step up. No, this is my real hair. You can't do that with a wig. This is how hair sits on hair. Hair, beautiful hair, long shiny hair. You know, I've never gotten into professional wrestling. I couldn't defend myself. I was in a situation where the man literally snuck up behind me and put me in a full Nelson. I mean, literally. Like he got under the chair and he went right behind me like that. I didn't even see him behind me. He's like snuck right up behind us like a snake and just put me in a full Nelson. He wanted to have the power of life and death over me. Not really. What I was sad that people were so evil. You see, I see anybody doing harm. What? This is all real hair, sir. You've been muted. I see anybody doing harm to another person and I cry foul. I'm not afraid. I wouldn't be afraid to prosecute that guy, but I asked myself, do I really want to prosecute this guy because it would be 2 years in court? We'd have to extradite him from Canada. And at that point, I was thinking of filing charges immediately and having the police there. But had I done that, it would have been 2 years in court. And God knows what kind of a person he really was. You know? I'm not God, so only God knows. But I told him, I said, if you killed me, it's 40 years in jail with your butt buddy. I said that to him. Not fake hair, and I don't have a wife. Sarah said this is real hair. Yeah, you're full of it. Hot, yeah. So I don't really care if his fantasy was to spend 40 years in jail for murder rap. He would have taken my life. I mean, that's tragic. But remember, my father nearly died many, many times in the war. I never even would have been born if my father hadn't battled over a 3-year period between his time in Taipei and the Marianas. He spent 3 years battling the Japanese in the jungle, and there were casualties on both sides. My father literally lived among dead bodies. So if somebody wants to take me out, I've lived a good life. I can't complain. He wasn't smarter than me. Not many people are. You certainly aren't. That's the problem. You see, when people are jealous, jealousy is truly one of the most hidden emotions in the world. And the guy was clearly jealous of me. I was better looking than him. I had a beautiful woman in my life, brunette. He was wanking it, in the back room, having never had a girlfriend in 12, 15 years. And having graduated from college with his big day as the national champion in the Canadian wrestling team. That was his big moment in life. He actually felt like he could use his abilities to kill people or try to kill people. Yeah. He really was jealous of me. I mean, a lot of guys are tremendously jealous when they see a guy standing with a woman 18 years younger than them in public. And you know how beautiful Sarah is. they immediately they have a problem. Yeah, it's a common thing. I don't ever talk about those things. They're in my book, Xeno, My Greatest Moment in My Life. Right now, I want to talk about the alleged war criminal Henry Kissinger. It's really a new world order. My fellow Americans, I would like to say this very important thing right now. You are all under the control of a very powerful group, a cabal. The Council on Foreign Relations and all the people that have been working directly with the Illuminati are controlling your future and the destiny of this planet. Really? Thank you. Thanks for sharing. My skin is not yellow. This is the jaundice look. It's considered vogue now. It used to be that women would, would want to look, like a heroin victim or something, but now the look is jaundiced. Is this better? I toned it down a little bit. What do you think? You like? I think there are people that are trying to mainstream vampirism. I think movies like Twilight and films which talk openly about people sucking each other's blood belies a deeper, more sinister plan to virtually drain people's blood for the purpose of living longer. Now, in our show, we talked about this earlier. Shocking stuff, really. The possibility that people were actually living off of or taking the blood of teenagers and putting in their bodies. Yeah. And this has been an ongoing question about adrenochrome and what the elites do. Right now, there's really no truth that we can verify in this area other than theory. We do know that 55,000 kids a year are missing in America. We do know that, on average. I don't look 56. No. That's just not true. You're plumb surprised, really. You can try headbutting a guy, but believe it or not, a headbutt can hurt. Especially, yeah, definitely. But you're definitely right about that. Your only defense is, well, you got two defenses. You go for their balls and you crush them. You go for their eyes with your finger, or you headbutt them. You had three defenses. Which would be the best choice? A backwards headbutt if you're in a full Nelson. Okay, there you go. Dave, does your quarantine affect your campaign? No. No, I've been doing the show. Thanks. Dave, I've been doing the show since 2008 when I first started. And, okay, New York Viking knows how to do it. Okay, good little tip for people. Boy Scouts of America is reorganizing, so the missing count will now fall. I'm worried about... I'm worried about all the molestations the Boy Scouts did, the Scoutmasters did. Why would we allow this to continue? Why did we turn a blind eye for 20 years? Why did Rex Tillerson not do something to stop this? Because we're powerless, that's why. That's the truth. We're all powerless. Got a new phone number. Okay, I got you're already on call block. Go ahead. What's your question? It sounds like Rodney, everybody. Yeah. Here it is. There's Rodney, everyone.
What are you doing, Dave? Hey, Dave.
Hey, buddy. Hey, you had a hard time getting into the call. I mean, it's taken you a couple months now. Nice try.
Well, I'm having to do a lot of jumping around because
How do you like Cool Rock?
He was blocking my number.
Yeah.
Cool Rock is an awesome site, man. I was playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out on there the other day.
I know. You said it was awesome. You used to call it lame rock, and now you're calling it Cool Rock. That's great. That's success.
It's happening, man. It's a great site. It's a great site. It's a great party. That's a great suit. America's great. God bless America, Dave.
Hey, are you worried about the coronavirus where you are, being you're so close to China?
Not at all, dude. You know I always steer clear of gooks, and I've also stopped going to massage parlors. So
Don't use that word on our show. That's very hurtful.
oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, come on, man. That's blatant racism. That's wrong. I condemn you. In fact, I bind you in the name of the Lord. Did you hear that racism? Blatant racism. Yeah.
I mean, hey, Dave, I'm thinking about doing a whole bit coming up if this coronavirus gets out of control. I'm going to do, out of the same flavor as your blackface, I'm going to do some yellow face.
You know, what about opening up like a Corona Inn where you like treat people with the coronavirus and make lots of money, like charge like $5,000 a day like hospitals? What about that idea?
That's awesome. That's a good idea, man. We should do that. We could deploy that in one of your RVs, one of your mobile medical units.
Well, there you go. I mean, we theoretically could, but you know, they would be ideal for quarantines for sure. We'll have to talk. You know, you've got access to those trailers from Katrina, right? They're still out there.
Those FEMA trailers, yeah, man. They're all we sprayed them off with a power washer, so they're good to go.
Good. That's exactly what we need if we have to deal with the. We can make multiple uses out of those FEMA containers. So if you've got access to those, you may come in handy.
Send a few up, Dave.
What?
Hey, Dave, how do I get the video back of the time you got swatted? Where's the fucking video on that? Why is it off the internet?
That's been gone for a long time. Pick a card. What's your card? What would be the next card in the deck? Take a guess. Pick a card. What's the card? I'm going to say 6 of diamonds. What's your guess?
Okay, how about
any card. Jack of clubs. Okay.
Sure.
King of hearts. There you go. So you can do that. Open up the card deck and you can guess the next card. It's kind of fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we got all kinds of fun stuff on the site. I just keep loading stuff on there. It's Cool Rock. Fun, free, and private.
What is it? The website never stops growing.
It's growing. I'll be
something new and exciting happening.
Exactly. We'll be dropping stuff down below as time goes on, but it's fun, free, and private. That's what I think. So you've been having a pretty good time with the Florida thing. You're liking Florida. You like the whole experience of living there, and it's been good for you. Good. Hello?
Hey, Dave.
What's that? You don't want people to know where you live? Oh, sorry.
No, I said, enjoy it very well.
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit. Maybe they're censoring you over at Google. Yeah, we're missing some of the things you're saying.
I had to use a satellite.
Oh, you're on a satellite? Wow.
Dave.
Jeez. Good luck, man.
Yeah, they're trying to fucking get all of us guys affiliated with Trump,
So you guys have an independent satellite feature. You can have secret phone calls with Russian oligarchs now.
We can talk to pretty much whoever we want to, Dave.
Exactly. You can call Vlade anytime you want, make deals on the side, anything to make you money. You and Donald. I hear you. Well, Harvey Weinstein's sexual assault trial is ending the first day of deliberations without a verdict. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, he's not,
He's going to walk, bro.
He's going to walk. Yeah, he could. He's struggling to walk because he's using a walker right now. But I don't think he'll even get out of there without a walker. Yeah. Yeah, you're breaking up. The satellite phone, you better pay a little bit more. Trump isn't giving you much money for your sat phone. You better get some more money.
Could you block one?
We can't even hear you. You're probably on a boat somewhere. Yeah. Okay, well, call me back later. Take care, man.
Tonight, Harvey Weinstein's future is in the hands of a jury made up of 7 men and 5 women. The day began with prosecutors accusing lead defense attorney Donna Rotuno of jury tampering for writing a magazine op-ed proclaiming her client's innocence. The judge ordered Rotuno not to speak to the media again, saying, "I would caution you about the tentacles of your public relations juggernaut." The 4-week trial had little physical evidence, and today the judge told jurors he will have to decide the credibility and the believability of the witnesses. Weinstein has pleaded not guilty to 5 felony counts of sexual assault, including rape.
He held me down on the bed. I tried to get away.
The charges focus on the allegations of Mimi Haley, who testified Weinstein forced oral sex on her in 2006 at his apartment, and Jessica Mann, who told the jury Weinstein raped her in a Manhattan hotel room in 2013. Their testimony was bolstered by 4 other women, including Sopranos actress Annabella Sciorra. Prosecutors are using Sciorra's rape accusation outside the statute of limitations to support the most serious charges of predatory sexual assault. The charges jurors had questions about just 40 minutes into deliberations. Weinstein's defense team argued the relationships were consensual and presented emails showing Haley and Mann communicated and had sexual encounters with Weinstein after the alleged assaults.
Now Harvey is worried.
Lauren Sivan is not part of the criminal trial, but one of more than 100 women who have accused Weinstein of sexual misconduct.
As much as we would absolutely love to see a guilty verdict, and we are hoping for a guilty verdict, I think all of us are bracing ourselves that might not be the outcome.
If Weinstein is convicted of the most serious charges, he could get up to life in prison. Even if he's acquitted here in New York, he faces separate felony charges in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Wolf. Yeah, that's wild, man. And this woman, Cardi B, is out there making some wild accusations, and it's got everybody wondering if she's not drugging and hooking men up with trannies. But let's talk about Harvey for a second. Have a good night. Take care, Tiddly D. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Get some rest. Thanks a lot, man. Feel free. Can I morph this one into me? No, I'll check, see. Wink Nelson. Yeah, Gene Wink Nelson. Yeah, I can morph it in with me, sure. You bet. It's Gene David Wink Nelson. David, it looks a lot like me, yeah. I would say he's a close match, yeah. My entire face was designed by the same artist that developed some of the greatest movie actors in the world. Like me. Wink Nelson. Hey everybody, I'm back. And you thought you were waiting for Troy Donahue. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Let's get to something of interest, because this is boring. I agree. That call from Rodney was nice. I know. Francis took over the popedom from Benedict. Benedict made a couple statements. You probably know, guest 2577, that Benedict said that it was considered normal, regular, mainstream for men to have sex with children. When Benedict said that, the Catholic Church went into like they reeled from that. So they didn't want to depose Benedict. They just had him step down because of his illness. Clearly he's ill. But Francis, the fourth cardinal of Argentina and the head of the order of Jesuits, is the military leader of the Vatican. So they took a kind of a military hostile takeover. The Vatican, he deliberately, by the so-called elite, to bring it down. The way that Francis embraces a new world order, global governance, not many popes have ever gone political like Francis. The way he does that makes me agree with you. Wow. Why are you in this room if you're 245 pounds, 6'10", pure muscle, and a Wendy's chef who inherited a lot of money? I mean, everything about you makes no sense, Zenu. You're a pathological liar. We've had many of them in here. You grabbed it? Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you found somebody that looked like me back in the old days. Good old Wink. Hey Dave, do you think Trump took care of Blagos so he can flip on Obama? No. No, Trump is not going to prosecute anybody. Trump hasn't prosecuted any of the people like Clinton or even Joe Biden. There's still no prosecution for him or his son. Trump was just using that as a good offense. Remember I told Trump how to defend himself against impeachment a long time ago? I said, you got to have a good offense. Giuliani took it seriously. I tweeted Giuliani a while back, and that information went right to the top. It worked. Yeah, it actually worked. It kept the hound dogs, because the hound dogs, the Democrats don't even know what they're doing. Had they known what they were doing, they would have exposed the fact that Mitch McConnell was working for Russian oligarchs. In fact, Moscow Mitch gave Oleg Deripaska a pass and pulled the sanctions from him because Oleg Deripaska gave Moscow Mitch $3 million in re-election funds. The Democrats never even exploited that. That was their only chance to save their entire case. And then the same guy, Len Blavatnik, who works for Oleg Deripaska, gave money to Lindsey Graham. $3 million over time. And then we recently just found out that Pete Buttigieg is getting money from the same guy, Len Blavatnik. Got over $5,000 in donation money. So these people, these Russians, are buying our officials. Every one of them. I don't have a jaw that's recessed, Zenu. Yeah. Go away. Huh. You got a fat cold sore? Well, why don't you get some CBD oil? Yeah. I would recommend getting some CBD lotion. Every state has it now, practically. Go to a cat dog store. They sell them for cats. The CBD oil and the lotions. And that might help a little bit. Well, it works with things that are viral, and the cold sore is made of an herpes simplex, is an icosahedron with 23-sided virus, which can only be stopped by a certain technology which has yet to be developed on Earth. The goal of CBD is to do this. It essentially encapsulates the tumor or virus or whatever it's attacking. And they've seen brain cell cancer shrink due to CBD oil, and THC too has some positive effects. So I have a picture here that'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Here's a typical cell that's being destroyed by the CBD oil. The structure of the CBD oil actually works to lock all access to life from anything that a virus feeds on. Because viruses are not even alive. They're almost like nanoparticles, feeding from one to the other and replicating through a division very similar to mitosis. No, I'm just saying anybody who has herpes of any kind, or they might as well try some CBD as one layer of solution, because there are no solutions really for that type of thing. This is not a wig, Lawnmower Man. This is my hair. So you have herpes? Yeah, I knew a person who had some, and it helped them with that. 90% of skin cancers are pretty much resolved with CBD oil. So if you've got a first layer of defense, go for that. But also go to a skin doctor to have it diagnosed. If you got a recurring sore, that's bad news. Yeah, they're hard to get rid of. Campho-phenique. Campho-phenique is one thing you could apply. That's something that people have used historically. It's nasty smelling, but it's got something in it that seems to, in the natural world. Yeah, that's a bannable offense, but we'll give you a mute, Lawnmower Man. We're being generous. Yeah, cut your skin out and then see your skin form a scar. Right. Cloves help, really? Interesting. With the pain? You know, oil of clove really helps with gum pain. For real. I was eating some popcorn with Sarah, and I got a kernel in my mouth. And you know how some of those slivers, those kernels, are really sharp? It went down my tooth, in my back molar. And man, my mouth flared up like crazy. I've heard about Bell's palsy. I believe that Robin Williams had it. Is that right? But man, my gum pain was so bad, so I applied some of this to it. It took the swelling down so that it relaxed the gum so that I could actually get in there with a water pick and get that thing out. Oil of cloves, yeah. And it's totally natural. Oh, I'm sorry. I was not Bell's palsy. Robin Williams had Lewy dimension. Lewy body disease. Yeah, not Bell's palsy. Sorry.
Hey, we got the guy.
Press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Okay, buddy. How you doing, buddy? Hey, yeah, what's going on? Quick question for you.
Yeah.
Back to this Rod Blagojevich thing. I mean, what do you think Trump's end game is with pardoning him?
Well, I don't think he's going to turn any state evidence against Barack Obama, if that's what you're asking me. I don't think he's going to. No. His mouth got him into trouble.
Well, yeah, Barack Obama screwed him over. I thought that the ruling against Blagojevich was pretty bad to start with. 14 years for what he did was ridiculous. But I think Trump made a good move by getting the guy out and giving him clemency. I like this. I mean,
I agree, dude.
Yeah, definitely.
It was another strong day for Trump, you know what I mean?
Not really. No. He's just doing damage control. He's already been hurt pretty bad with the impeachment. It's sticking on him like a sore thumb, so.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah.
How about it, brother? Hey, when are we going to get that swim spots built up?
You know, I'm right now. I'm not really tuned into the swim spa until the spring happens. So we're waiting for spring, hot weather. Sarah and I don't want to do a swim spa when it's too cold in the morning. It was like 35 degrees.
Why don't we do a GoFundMe and get you a heater for that beast, and we'll get you and Sarah in business. I want to see Sarah in a thong. You know what I mean?
No, we got a heater in there. It's a really good one. I can run the spa at about 90 degrees. 100 degrees.
All right, well, cool. Let's get it filled up, man. Let's get the GoFundMe. Let's get, call the fire department, have them come fill it up for you.
I can do that another time, Rodney, but thanks for calling, Ty. Take care. Bye.
All right.
God, this guy has just got this incredible overcompensating deep voice to cover his clear worries about his own personality.
David, you should get his address, drive to his house. I'm not stalking people. No, I'm afraid that's not acceptable here. Okay, Sarah's going to take over. I'll be back. Thank you. So, we don't know much about Bell's palsy other than, what we do know, which is not much. So, are you worried about having Bell's palsy? Sudden temporary weakness in your facial muscles?
It's pretty scary. I've known 2 people with Bell's palsy.
One got it from Lyme's disease. Yeah.
Lyme's disease. And another, I don't know where she got it from, but it could have been Lyme's disease.
Yeah.
No, thanks, Johnny. Just because the phone rings doesn't mean you need to answer it, and I definitely do not need to talk to that person. It can occur at any age, and the cause is unknown. My friend had pain in her head. Sometimes they can treat with antibiotics. Sometimes steroids. They try steroids for it. But it's pretty scary. Oh. Bye, pirate. Have a good night. I think after this. What do you think about people in wheelchairs? I don't know. It all depends on the person. I don't think any less of them or better of them. I think they're people. I think it's good that we have disabled parking for people in wheelchairs. What do we think about the wall? David thinks that we should put in a wall made out of cargo containers, steel cargo containers. Both of those comments came from Roch R1 over at Twitch. Okay, some people are doing emoticons at Vaughn Live. Nothing else, so I think I'll go read some news or something. I don't know if I really want to read the news, but Barr has said that he's considered resigning over Trump's interference in the Justice Department matters, according to a source. I don't blame you, Barr. I wouldn't like Trump interfering in Justice Department matters. Okay. Mike Bloomberg calls for bolstering Obama-era financial rules and reverses his past criticism of that. China has says more than 2,000 people have died from the coronavirus so far. And according to New York Times, the spread is slow in China, but there's more spread other places. FVE.org. Hollywood is dying. What happened when Hollywood got started? It was a free and open market, but now it's one of the most restricted places to do business in America. That's really, it's all about control, right? That's the problem. A man was awarded over $150,000 after he was denied a license plate that read IMGOD, IM space GOD. The state has to pay $150,000 in attorney fees after denying him that license plate. He's from Kentucky. A video from World Star Hip Hop. Do I really want to see that? Probably not. Yep, so hospital director Liu Jiming dies from the coronavirus in Wuhan. In Afghanistan, they've declared Ashraf Ghani as the winner. But his opponent is also claiming victory. HSBC is cutting 35,000 jobs and refocusing on Asian markets. I'm sorry, I'll try to stop yawning, but I can't guarantee that I will. TCL's new phone turns into a tablet without folding. Maybe it pushes up and pushes across. Yeah, it's a slide out display. That's pretty cool. In 2021, smartphones will greatly ease the 5G transition for U.S. carriers. Of course, you know how David feels about 5G. Trump declares himself the chief law enforcement officer, and he threatens to sue everyone over investigations. And then he goes on a clemency spree. But I'm going to release this person and that person, and oh, the Defense Department is going to adopt ethics guidelines for artificial intelligence. I would say your second one is more the reason. Final Dream. Hospital workers launch a protest for higher wages. They say they can't even afford their own health care. An attorney is seeking justice for a Marine who's been confined more than 2 years without trial or without charges. Wow. And Ed News on high schoolers, they're not too happy. A vast majority of high schoolers are unhappy at school. Maybe we can change that by changing the time of day they have to go to school. What if we offered, like, you can take your classes at like 7 a.m., 8 a.m., like, I don't know if they're hour long. I think they're about hour long classes, 7, 8, 9 a.m. You know, those class every hour on the hour, but you could take classes at later times. And if, depending on if you had enough students sign up for the later classes, then you could have the teachers teach those later classes. Of course, the later classes, you could say, if you sign up out, there's busing only available at this time and this time. And if you sign up for other classes, you have to provide your own transportation. It would be a revolution. Or, you know, also you could have the by 10 a.m. you're ready for school. Yeah, and then you could have those certain teachers that might want to teach those classes. It might be 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. instead of 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. You might have to go later in the day. Wow. Wow. Okay. I don't know where that one site is that has all the information about how many people with the spread of the coronavirus. But okay. Mom wanted you home by 5 p.m. for family dinner. Funny thing, you were always late by 20 minutes. 10 to 5 would work if you can walk to school. 20 minutes away. Yeah, it would be interesting. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but I think it might be one way for teenagers to be happier. I read a Daniel Pink's book, When, that's kind of influenced my thinking about that time of day for school. You know, there are some people that are, well, he calls them larks or something like that. I call them morning doves, and guys night owls. And I think he calls them larks and owls, but really, like, there are people that prefer to stay up late at night, and there's people that prefer to wake up early in the morning. I mean, living with David has made me more of a night owl than I normally am. I think I'd be more of a morning person. I like waking up early in the morning. But then the problem is I don't always do my best of going to sleep early enough to wake up early in the morning. 746 people are under public health supervision, 30 in Washington state. So I'm just checking the Washington state numbers. I wonder, David had a link that he had up that had like the coronavirus numbers. I think it was from World Health Organization, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to go through all his links and look for it. Oh great. Now I have to go in here and mute this site. Man, David has a lot of stuff open. Maybe this is it. Yes. GIS and data. I don't know what this is. Oh, right. I'm gonna put this one over there. Okay, 14,529 people have recovered from coronavirus. Yeah, I can understand that. I wonder if it has a little bit in North America. All of this area, they have it. So, mainland China, 542 others. I wonder if that's adding up all of these numbers. $29 in US, 81 Singapore, 74 Japan, mostly of course still in mainland China, 74,000 confirmed, 75,193. I guess others are just the ones not listed, but 14,529 people have recovered and total deaths over 2,000 now. One in France, one in Japan, one in Hong Kong, one in the Philippines, and the one in Taiwan, and the rest in mainland China. All right, that's fine. Yes, I don't mind if you yawn or you guys don't chat, because it's getting late. Wow. Last updated February 18th. And then this was for Washington State. 746 people are under public health supervision, quarantine kind of thing. There are, well, 26 people that have tested. One is pending the results. One was confirmed, but that confirmed person is recovered. OPCW. Ah. Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. All right, that's interesting. I'm sure David would love to read that. Upstate. Neutral. Interesting comments. All right. Okay, moving back, going back to this, and then I'll just have those two open for David to go back and forth. All right, that was interesting about hidden replies.
So you decided that it's nothing to worry about. 2% people. 2% of the people that get it end up, dying or something.
I don't know. I haven't decided anything.
Okay.
I've left those two sites. I'm glad I see where they are about the spread, so we can just keep an eye on that.
I've been doing that for a few days. Yeah.
Yeah, and I put this one over here so you can see the information for Washington State.
Yeah. Positive 1 confirmed, 24 negative. Nobody's shown up other than one person, and that person did respond well to antivirals. Hey, William Shatner, celebrity guest chatter. Hi, how you doing? Yeah, you guys are. We got Joe Pesci in here sometimes asking about you, William. Yeah.
Every once in a while.
Oh, you need the back rub. Yeah, if you see the videos we saw from Wuhan about 3 weeks ago, they're very, very serious. We haven't seen any videos since, and that's the part that bothers me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the fact that they don't want to present any more information shows me they're hiding something. So the truth is, we're still being left in the dark by the Chinese government regarding this. Very, very little comes out of that press corps.
Upstate sent you a link to this Medium article.
Okay.
Anyway.
I'll look at that. Thanks. Okay, Upstate. Thanks for everybody. Yeah, we had a few people last night in our room who were pushing the mainstream media perspective in Conspiracy Monday, and I said, "Hey, this is not the place to push the mainstream media. We actually welcome people who have alternative views here." So, Truth Tuesday, though, we want your mainstream media opinions. We want everyone to.
But I banned everybody yesterday on Conspiracy Monday,
Exactly.
so they couldn't come back on Tuesday.
Well, no,
when I
only
I'll
one
accept
person.
their truth.
Yeah, only one person. I said, "Don't ever come back." But I unban all the time. So, thank you. I don't have a suit collection, William. Thank you, Sarah. By the way, that was awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that's nice, Cal. Cal Washington and his dog Spot. Oh, Russian bombers have destroyed Turkish armored vehicles and weapons in Syria. So, not only is Russia confused, but now they're attacking the people that bought their S-400. So how weird the constant wars are around the world, where people go up against countries that they just sold one of their anti-ballistic weapons to, the S-400. Now Russia is bombing armored vehicles and weapons in Syria that happen to be owned by the Turkish, because they're pressing into Syria, and Russia seriously supports Syria. Will do everything they can to defend them. Russia's getting tired of the genocide over the Kurds. Yeah, Trump could have stepped in, but he's leaving everything to Vladimir Putin. So now that Vladimir Putin is steering our country's politics, we just have to sit and wonder, what does Vladimir want us to do? And he'll tell Donald, or he'll bribe him, or he'll threaten him. The sex tape. And then we'll know what we're supposed to do, because right now we're under the control of the Russian oligarchs. Our country is. No, I don't have a tuxedo. I have a double-breasted coat my father gave me from England, from Paris, actually. And I wore that and got a lot of criticism for that one year. I have a J.C. Penney's suit that Howard Dean had, the same suit I have. I still have it from 1989, 1990. Yeah. I have that. And that's something I really can't fit into right now. I'm a 46. I was a 42 at one time. I got a lot bigger up in the upper torso. But right now I'm down to this David Taylor overcoat, which needs to be, we're going to take it to the cleaners soon. And my Chaps overcoat, which is very useful, industrial. Use it anywhere I go. And then, of course, the George collection from Walmart. I do have a Pierre Balmain suit I picked up for 50 cents. That's worth $1,000. That was a good deal. Erdogan is a person that seemingly has exaggerant desires to be bigger than he is, but he's only one person, Erdogan reminds me a little of Duterte of the Philippines. They want to be bigger than they are. But the fact of the matter is, Russia is dictating policy in Syria, and always has. Trump just had to agree to that. Yeah. So tonight we're kind of sticking with what we do know. We do know we got a letter from a site that some people say just doesn't mean a damn thing. But it's disturbing as hell to think that we're being lied to about this Chinese situation. China detains activists who accuse Xi of coronavirus cover-up. So this activist has just been taken in. China's doing everything they can to crush any resistance. He portrays China's leader Xi Jinping as a hungry for power. He accused Mr. Xi of trying to cover up the coronavirus outbreak in central China. In one of his most daring writings, he urged Mr. Xi to resign, saying, "You're just not smart enough." And I totally was on that same page until I realized that Xi Jinping is only doing what the CDC would do. The wrong thing. Evacuate a quarantine area. And just like Donald Trump with his stupidity deciding to evacuate a quarantined ship off the coast of Japan, we're seeing that other people in China are saying that about their leader and the mishandling of the Wuhan people. Nearly 10,000 military personnel from 110 nations are in Wuhan, China, weeks before corona outbreak. What? Okay, this is interesting. Breaking information from Neutral.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Spiro with an important update regarding Wuhan, China, which is, of course, ground zero for the coronavirus COVID-19 outbreak, which is now reported to have gone global, and the Chinese government has banned people in Wuhan from leaving their homes altogether.
Right.
Now, one aspect I find very interesting, which I know I have covered in great detail, almost ad nauseum, is Event 201, the pandemic exercise simulating a global coronavirus pandemic, which took place on October 18th, 2019, only 6 weeks before the first case of the coronavirus was reported in Wuhan, China. Now, what many people are not talking about is that on the exact same day, October 18th, 2019, the 2019 Military World Games held its opening ceremony, followed by a U.S. men's soccer match in Wuhan, China.
Wow.
Ground zero of the outbreak.
Yeah.
Now, the 2019 Military World Games was held for about 10 or 11 days, and it was the first international military multi-sport event to be held in China, and it's also the largest military sports event ever to be held in China, with nearly 10,000 athletes, all of them military, from over 100 countries that competed in 27 different sports. Now, the Military World Games was set up an Olympic village for their athletes prior to the commencement of the Games. The village was officially opened for athletes following the flag-raising ceremony, which was commenced by Chinese President Xi Jinping, and 230,000 volunteers were recruited for the event to be staged there in Wuhan, China. Now, here is a list of participating nations. Now, the U.S. had sent about 300 military athletes, which does not include support personnel, to Wuhan, China, only weeks before this outbreak was reported. Now, I'm not trying to go full-blown conspiracy theorist here, although no doubt I will be accused of that, but whatever, I don't care. But what are the chances that 10,000 military athletes, not including support personnel from 110 different nations, were all together at the same time in the same place, Wuhan, China, right before this outbreak began?
Yeah.
Now, this would be the perfect cover, almost too easy, in fact, for a covert operation to be conducted. Now, ask yourself, really, how difficult would it be for any one of these nations to slip in some covert operatives along with their delegations and their athletes, and possibly release or sabotage or contaminate something or someone with the coronavirus?
Now, one of the side effects of the conspiracy theory here that this is a bioweapon, one of the side effects is paranoia. And it's very possible this person right here is exhibiting paranoia. No, I'm just kidding. But no, seriously. We are concerned. What are the odds that they were implementing a bioattack upon the entire UN coalition? What are the odds, this, that? Okay, what are the odds? What are we going to do about it? The cat's out of the bag. No point in pointing fingers and crying over spilled milk here, you know? What are we going to do about it? We got countries creating bioweapons with leadership run by people that may not be that smart. According to one activist in China, Xi is not that smart. So corroborates what I was saying the other day, that, you know, he's acting moronic to evacuate the city of Wuhan. But again, I apologize humbly to President Xi Jinping, because I know that the CDC would do the same damn thing to St. Louis, which is weird. You'd think they'd lock down on a city. They wouldn't evacuate the city. Yeah, this video comes from RT, really? Originally? Anyway, we'll play the rest of it tonight in our show. RT is Russian media, yeah. I like this guy. I like how his delivery. I like what he was saying. And I like the possibilities of conspiracies spooling out in different directions. I don't want them to happen, but if we don't open our mind to the possibility that some people, big people, are making some big moves, genocidal moves against the human race, and they've hijacked Donald Trump, the puppet that he is, to do this. You can only imagine. Oh, I have some very, very seriously horrible news for all of you. You'll have to be vaccinated. I decided that the best thing is for everyone in America to be vaccinated. So we're ordering the state and the tactical border patrol and all of the people to force all of you to be vaccinated. Anyone not complying will be sent to the FEMA camp in your region. You can only imagine this imbecile doing that. You know, he's already bringing the disease into our country. 550 people at March Air Force Base. San Diego, 2,000 some odd are headed that way. And then I understand at every port of entry across the nation. No, we're dealing with genetic mutations in labs that do protein synthesis with people that have one goal in mind, is to make a weaponized virus that'll kill everybody. We're not playing around here, people. This isn't some mild cold flu or something. Yeah, if this really is the conspiracy theory take on this, we're dealing with a 100% kill rate. Everyone gets contacted dies. The theory is that this was developed to subdue the population in Hong Kong that were revolting. That China had developed this. That they ran some tests, found it effective at first, that it dumbed people down. And then everybody who's tested immediately started developing paranoid schizophrenia. And then bleeding from their orifices. In pain that not even a pain reliever like heroin could stop the pain. And then they go crazy and either kill themselves or others. Yeah, this is like the zombie apocalypse conspiracy theory. So if you want to go with that idea, which I think is ridiculous, but there is some Chinese politician or government official that wrote an article about it. You can go with that if you want. You know, there's something went wrong at the quarantine. Apparently they pulled a bunch of people off, didn't even know that they were contagious, and brought them in and cross-contaminated people that had never been near this virus with these people. And it was like a ridiculous whole thing that took a couple hours. And 14 of them tested positive of the virus, of the people being quarantined. So they're basically putting those other people at risk now. So Trump never should have pulled them off of the boat, the Diamond Princess. But the number of confirmed people on board the Diamond Princess has reached 454. So, and we have gotten no photos from that location whatsoever. USA Today has no feed. Wow, Ben Affleck is coming clean about his history with, breaking up with his wife and everything. He calls divorce from Jennifer Garner the biggest regret of my life. Wow, he's fine. You know, remember when Ben Affleck was kicked out of one of the Planet Hollywood casinos in Vegas because he really likes to do card counting? Yeah. Well, now he's coming clean about his past with drinking and everything. That's great. Good luck, Ben. We hope you'll get through this. And yes, Jennifer Garner is a wonderful woman who you're very lucky to have as the mother of your children. Thank you. Well, I'm scared just like you are that the virus is spreading to America because Trump allowed it to. I'm wondering why you people still support Trump when he allowed this virus to enter our country. I would have put a travel ban 3 weeks ago, and I even said so. 3 weeks ago, I said we need a travel ban against everybody from China. Trump did allow it, exactly. So don't kid yourself. I'm scared too. I think we're all scared. Jennifer Garner is a beautiful woman. Of course, she has a great career ahead of her too. Raising 2 girls or 2 boys or 2 kids. I think that a lot of times when a guy feels trapped in a relationship, he does a lot of acting out behavior. And when you make that decision to be with a woman, you feel you have to perform a certain way. And for some guys, it's hard. Yeah. Maybe Trump is trying to kill Americans so they don't retaliate against him. Interesting. It's a wild thought. Guess 729. You know how Trump has been using the government and his executive branch illegally and committing felonies? I showed you quid pro quo going on in New York, where he's threatening to cut back services for New Yorkers if they continue a personal tax evasion lawsuit against Trump. Trump's using quid pro quo in New York now, or with New York. It's unbelievable. If we continue allowing this guy to get away with it, it's kind of on us. So what if the possibility that he's retaliating with vengeance against all these people that had done nothing wrong other than tell the truth? Alexander Vindman, Sondland, Ambassador Sondland. All these people were fired recklessly by Trump. What if he's now turning his sights on the American people, blaming us, purposely opening us to potential infection from all these people he's bringing into our country with this horrible disease? Or maybe it's not so horrible. We'll know. He could care less, probably. Yeah, I think that's a great theory you have, Guest 729. It's like vengeance is mine, so saith Trump. No, you don't get muted for saying that my hair looks this way, or why. You're getting muted because you don't seem to jive with what the show is all about. It's about politics. It's not about making fun of me or making fun of our movement. It's about politics. Yeah, we're trying to break through where the fill in between the lines where the mainstream media is skipping a beat. Ours is to ask why and wonder why. It's not just to do or die. Well, maybe. I don't know. I mean, if you take the conspiracy theory that this is a bioweapon, we're all in danger. Oh, yeah. No, this is not shop class. This is dealing with the reality that we're screwed and we're all powerless at the same time. I don't know. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner, because I know you want to talk about their couple, I think it all went down when she had her lips done. Yeah, I think that was her big mistake, wanting to look more beautiful for her husband. I know. And when women, want to be more beautiful, when they already are beautiful, have you read the bio of Jennifer Garner? Yeah, she's an amazing person. She came from a very humble background. Yeah. Not many people realize she's not some woman who just happened to, have a family member who's rich and famous. So Jennifer Garner's upset by ex-husband Ben Affleck's slip in sobriety. Okay. That was from October of 2019. Fast forward to now, he's willing to talk. So that's great.
With. It doesn't have to sort of subsume my whole identity and be everything, but it is something that, you have to work at.
Yeah, Affleck was spotted looking intoxicated after attending the UNICEF masquerade ball in West Hollywood. Okay. It's just, she's upset about, but always supportive, she says. So, yeah, I mean, I think that the two of them could work it out, with the kids. Not everybody's going to be the perfect, everything to everybody. I think a lot of relationships are tested. I think this one has been tested. She's not hot. Really? Okay. And what do you consider hot? Give me your benchmark of hot. On your true scale of hot, what would you consider hot? Who? Give me a name. Because she's probably one of the prettiest brunettes I've seen on television. Yeah. You're saying that face of hers is not hot? What's wrong with you? You date her. Exactly. Oh, crowd chants Wall Street Pete at Buttigieg in New Hampshire.
By the way, just so you know, Pete Buttigieg is an emblem of pure emptiness and soulless ambition of our ruling class. He is.
Yeah, there you go. Pure emptiness and soulless ruling. I love this.
He is a non-person who substitutes practice mannerisms and fake folksiness for a personality. He wants nothing but power. Don't fall for it.
Right. Right on.
So Pete Buttigieg has all these billionaire donors, and here he is just last night in New Hampshire at a Democratic forum getting booed, and they start chanting Wall Street Pete. You want to hear it? Here we go.
Our one chance to defeat Donald Trump. And there's an American majority that is unified not just in who we are against, but in what we are for. Because we are for higher wages and the empowerment of workers.
Wall Street Pete! Wall Street Pete! Wall Street Pete! Wall Street Pete! Wall Street Pete!
So that was pretty awesome. That was pretty awesome that they did that to him.
Fact check! Pete Buttigieg has never lived on Wall Street.
Okay, crowd chants. I'll play that for tonight. Hey, we got a great plan for America. Guest 626. We wrote a book called Hybrid Capitalism, and you're welcome to download a copy for 99 cents. I'm not trying to make money on you. We wanted to give it away for free, but we couldn't. Our plan is to actually get our country on track with a couple of core ways in which the government can stimulate jobs. We've been talking about key ways the government could cut back on spending, like my economic brake pad. We developed this idea recently, actually. In lieu of the government shutdown, we found out that only key services like TSA and Coast Guard were affected when the government shut down. We could easily save millions and millions of dollars a day by just simply giving everybody not a furlough, but a vacation. And this is an idea that we could implement to get the country rolling in terms of fiscal conservancy. We want to slow down the spending of a country that's whacked out. We've got environmental solutions. We've got a drone missile defense system we're talking about for the military so that we don't just leave them hanging dry with no options. You see, our country can't keep funding wasted projects that aren't leading anywhere. We've got to work toward peace, but at the same time develop technologies that other countries, our allies, can use to defend their country. Everything involves cutting spending at the top, offering a production cycle directly from our military so that we can develop money back from our military without leaning heavily on old contractors and old defense technology. And coming up and using at the same time new environmental solutions created to create fresh water, desalinate water, get rid of toxic water, clean plastic out of water, purify water, point of use filtration with water, as well as air. So these are ideas that are going to be very, very popular around the world, and it'll make our country a booming force in production yet again. So there's all these ideas that we have in our book, Hybrid Capitalism. You can download that or just read our platform. If you go to America's Third Party and read our platform, you'll get the gist of hybrid capitalism. It's pretty much built into our platform. Sarah didn't mind the sardine dish. I would definitely get some 99-cent sardines. They're running out. I understand the sardine population is dying off. So yeah, you can't really lose with sardines. So all these new technologies, as well as legalizing marijuana, puts us way ahead of the Democrats. Because my plan for the marijuana, it won't just involve giving people a chance to grow it for themselves, which they should have had a long time ago, but also getting 10% from the grower, 10% from the middleman, and 10% from the retailer. Versus what Washington is doing, which is practically killing the business. Washington is the template of marijuana recreational use marketing. And so far they're failing the end user and they're failing the retailers. The quality is going down because there's no standardization. There's this terrible thing that called CHS, which is a series of symptoms when people smoke marijuana that actually make it, that's cannabis, by the way, working to help body. But when people are smoking it, they can get these excessive vomiting. And it mirrors what appears to be cyanide poisoning. So there's a real problem with the marijuana production, and if we don't go out of our way to set a standard and lead by example. The Democrats don't have a plan like that. We've got a plan to set standards in marijuana production, legalize it, get 10% from the grower, 10%, and then give it back to the states per capita. Every state in the union will get it based on the number of people in their census. The state will get the money back. And whatever extra money comes around will go right back in environmental cleanup projects like getting rid of plastic waste, building the national composting plan to help get rid of lots of food waste that we have. We have $165 billion in food waste every year. We'll talk about that on Wasteful Wednesday tomorrow. But it's just absolutely crazy how much waste our country is producing. Yeah, if you really think that Jennifer Garner is an ugly woman, then there's something really seriously wrong with you, dude. Unbelievable. Yeah, weed's not going to kill people, right? And people have been smoking marijuana for years, haven't died, and haven't had long-term effects of it. We are entering a new industrial revolution, yeah. The fourth, right? People will be replaced by automation, and we take that into account when we create jobs with our Homestead Renewal Plan and our rooftop revolution. America's solar rooftop revolution will equate to jobs. This is also in our book. We also have a plan to get the houses in the country fixed up and get people into homes again. And homeless people will be offered jobs. And we're also giving everybody, including homeless U.S. citizens, $500 a month if they want to apply and can prove that they're a citizen. Now, some of the people that are homeless won't even go and do that because they don't have an ID. They don't want to present an ID. They have no way of tracing their background. They don't want to go back to their home state and get an ID or a birth certificate. So we're going to have a lot of people in that donut hole. We're going to figure out how to solve that problem as well, with lots of food banks, lots of fresh food, food storage too, and rotated food storage. And I want to integrate all of this into the FEMA projects where we no longer use FEMA as a place to store people, but rather food. There should be no fencing around FEMA camps. Every FEMA camp in America should be defenced. There should be fencing only around the food cache or the food storage that we have. We cannot build concentration camps in this world anymore. Hitler tried it, he failed. But they're trying to theoretically set up a framework that could be used against the people, and this is where a third party comes in. We are not going to be able to survive against a two-party conspiracy to drive us apart. We as a nation will not withstand that. We have to unite somewhere in the middle. The two parties and the paradigm of factionalism that have been created against our will, really. I mean, they drive us to the left with CNN, feed us what we're supposed to know, talking points of hate against Trump. They drive us to the right with Fox, feeding talking points of hate against the Democrats. And they're constantly working to divide our country. So we as a nation won't survive unless we unite in the middle of the political spectrum somewhere. Now, I've taken gun control off the table. Gun control is not going to happen. I don't want to promote that ever. So that lowers the stress level for a lot of people on the right who are mostly concerned about their right to bear arms. I also support freedom of speech, which the Democrats have failed to understand the importance of. And my blackface video proves that. Again, you're going to have to come up with relevant statements to ask us in the show. Thanks. You've been muted. Future work. Thank you, Nuttall. 42 minutes, the future work. Now, automation will take away jobs, but we can train people in new areas where only people can, like, install solar panels, work in as EMTs with our mobile medical system that I'm promoting. We have a lot of solutions that the Democrats don't even get near, and we can implement these to get our country jump-started rather quickly. The Democrats are floundering in inactivity. A history of inactivity has left them as a party with no plan. We have all the plan in the world. If you just go to our website, click on the old site button, and go from there. We've been slammed so many times I had to put a skeleton up. Sarah put the skeleton up of our old site, which was hacked off the internet 3 times. We've had a lot of attacks, and we still continue to rise in popularity. So don't think for a second we're going anywhere. The beauty of what we're doing is we want to create a zero deficit. We want to create a pay-as-you-go, as-we-go plan. We don't want to keep spending out of control, and Trump and the Democrats are spending way out of control. That's the truth. I said earlier that our country is $1 trillion in debt every year on top of the existing debt. If any of you live that way, you'd be eating out at Applebee's every night, running your credit cards up to the max and getting a new credit card every week, and then paying a little bit of your payments on the old credit cards out of that new credit card, and you'd parlay a $150,000 personal debt in about 5 years. That's how our country's operating. And you'd be completely bankrupt in 5 years, and you wouldn't be able to get credit. That's the future of our country, too, if we keep this up. So the people that are trying to hijack our nation are trying to bankrupt us with people like Trump, who that's all he ever did was bankrupt people. And they've got him aligned with Putin, who seems to be on the take, too, with getting money from big oligarchs. They say Putin has about $200 billion in personal assets. Way more money than Bill Gates. So I don't think banning public sports is a good idea. I don't think in any way. I believe that even the little league situations and the minor league situations that are going on right now. I believe that even the minor league, everything that's happening with the minor league getting cut, we've got to get some support, government support for these people. We need our local sports. We do. We need people to consider athleticism as a big part of their life. So many people, young people, are sitting around doing nothing when they could be shooting hoops or having some fun with their friends. So in order to prevent heart disease among our youth, we actually need the sports and activities. I didn't think this was true until I got older. When I was growing up, I wasn't really that keen on I guess it was the John F. Kennedy Athletic Award, and then later the Ronald Reagan one, and I know that Arnold Schwarzenegger did a thing in California where he got everybody involved physically, but I never realized how important that was until I got older. If you get out of shape, you take years off your life. But if you don't work out a little bit every week, get your heart rate up, and they say young people are really turning into couch potatoes. So I think we really do need our intramural sports and all that. So I would certainly give any support I could to it. Boy Scouts, I don't think so. I think we could probably get some sort of a Boy Scout survival training group together, I think the Boy Scouts could turn into the Scouts, and it could turn into like a survival club. People learning how to survive. I think that'd be a pretty cool thing. But whatever the Boy Scouts does right now with their bankruptcy will be, between them and the judge. Tank paintballs. Oh, yeah, sure. You can always rinse them off, hose them off with high-pressure water. Be easy to clean up your tank paintball war. And who wants to go out into the field, where they get paintball in their body when they could just be sitting in the tank? Yeah, ATV paintball, yeah. You should look into that. Yeah, and the thing is, there's so many things we should be warning people about, like the fact that cell phones can contribute to brain cancer if you hold them next to your ear. Now, we got a call from Rodney tonight, which, was kind of unusual. We haven't heard from him in a couple years. As you can see, he didn't really have anything to say. When I asked him questions, it was kind of like,
yeah, Dave, sure, yeah, all right, Dave.
So we don't really have a guy who can call us and talk about politics. We get trolls like Rodney. But I noticed how I was holding it away from my head. No, he didn't get me at all. That's Rodney coming into the room right now, trying to cover his back there. He didn't get me at all. I was basically looking at Rodney as kind of it's kind of a joke, you know? It's like, this is the way he's characterized himself over the many years, is this bigger than life character. And what he is this troll that calls people up on the phone and bothers them. And I got to tell you, how sad is that? See? Case in point.
Hey, buddy. Hey, do you use your phone next to your head there, buddy? Are you keeping it away from your ear?
Discount, how are you, brother?
Hey, are you using your phone away from your head like you use speakerphone when you talk to me, buddy?
No, I have an earpiece.
Yeah, that's dangerous. You're getting RF frequencies in your ear, buddy. That's really hurtful.
Right.
You couldn't get an ear transplant from a Thailand boy like you would your lung transplant there. You know?
Wow. Hey, Dave, I've tried to debate you many times in the past, and, out of respect to you, I'm trying to keep it classy. I mean, if you'd like to talk issues.
Yeah, let's talk issues. What do you want to talk
Throw them
about?
on the table, brother.
Lay it out there, buddy.
You got a president that's pretty much cheated, openly committed felonies, and a bunch of retardicans who continue to support the guy despite the felonies he's committed. That's a real issue.
First of all, I mean, making light of retarded people, Dave, there's no place for that in politics.
I can talk that way anytime I want. I got free speech, so get with the program. Retardicans are not helping this country by defending this felon, okay? You basically put this guy, a felon, who continues to repeat the quid pro quo now with New York, you got him in the White House as a swingman, and you think everything's cool. I'll use the R word anytime I want, and I will use it freely. Because if you try to suppress my free speech, you won't have a person talking to you.
Hey, Dave, quick question. You've mentioned in the past that you don't believe in dry cleaning.
No, it's dangerous. It's chemicals. But I have to, in this case. This jacket needs a dry cleaning big time. So I told Sarah, we're going to have to do it.
Dude.
Huh?
Sarah said it had a little whiff coming off of it. She got a bad whiff.
Did she really? I don't believe she said that, but I can tell you, that it's got some stainage around the edges. And I can't, you see that right there? No, it's bad, man.
Gross.
But I got to wear it because this is Tuesday,
Jesus, Dave.
I don't smell.
Bro, you got to get that tightened up.
No, it is tight, but I can't handle the dry cleaning.
Bro, that's not
Could I find a natural dry cleaner out there? I don't think there is one.
You should do like after your cooking show one day, do a dry cleaning show, showing you hanging up the jacket, spraying it with Febreze.
I would never use that product. You'd have to have your head up your ass to use that product. Do you use that product?
What's that, Dave?
I don't know. You said something and I can't repeat it. Otherwise, I'd be violating trademark law.
How do you knock the fucking stank off your jacket, bro, if you don't have it properly cleaned?
Dude, I use natural cleaners and all kinds of incredible natural deodorants. I go out of my way to find natural everything. Everything I do is natural. There's not one thing that's not natural. Call me Mr. Natural, okay?
Okay, it's better than that gay Mr. Right shit.
Let me ask you. No, I like Mr. Right too. Hey, let me ask you. Do you find Jennifer Garner to be a pretty woman? Because some weirdo in here said that she didn't find her.
I think she's marginal.
Marginal?
She looks marginal at best.
You got to be kidding me.
And I also think she's a fucking cunt.
Whoa, hey, easy on the mouth there, buddy. Did you hear what he called women? God, what did you just say? Don't call women names here. I won't put you on the screen.
A woman, Dave, not the woman.
Well, whatever. You just really... What do you know, Ben Affleck? And you have a personal thing you want a vendetta against? I mean, what's going on there?
No, I have a personal vendetta against Jennifer Garner.
Why? Tell me about your anger. I want to know.
I'm completely making all of this up, Dave.
Oh, okay, buddy. Okay. Well,
for the sake of entertaining you and your boy-like mind. You're like Peter Pan, Dave.
Hardly. No. I have an adult mind, and frankly, I'm older than you. And you probably look older than me. I could almost guarantee that.
By a lot. You look a lot older than me, bro.
Dude, I have the youngest look for a guy my age on earth, so... And I spray fruit enzyme on my face just to do that.
Do you ever come to Florida with Connie, or is that just a solo?
We don't talk about my sister on the show, so keep that on the.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't travel to Florida because you're at groundwater level. You're right next to flooding. I mean, why would I go there and have alligators and anacondas up my ass? Come on.
What part of Florida would you be going to, bro?
The one without the anacondas. There's one mountain about 100 feet high or 300 feet high. I'd go there. There's a mountain in the middle of Florida. You'll find it. You'll get there as soon as you can when you see the hurricane coming. I mean, we're looking at global warming, man. Aren't you worried about your beautiful condo flooding?
No, not at all. Dave, quick question.
Yeah.
Mark Vaughn was quoted as saying earlier today that
Yeah, you went private on that one. Hey, you're going to have to clean up your act if you want to go public. I'm a big act in your mind, but I'm not an act in my mind. I'm the real thing. So don't bother coming in here and saying anti-Semitic stuff on our show ever, okay? You suck. Don't call again. Yeah, you sure sounded like it to me. I mean, for a guy who seems to be, Jewish, you sure sound anti-Semitic. Oy vey, I've got a real hot one here. You ought to call the Shabut Leibovich. We should discuss this. Yeah, you just don't be anti-Semitic. Change your act, okay? Thank you for calling. Bye-bye. Can you believe I muted it at the perfect time? God. Can you imagine making fun of my placenta? This is fruit enzyme spray, not placenta spray. Cut it out. You keep saying it's fruit. It's all it is Fountain of Youth water mixed with fruit enzyme. Police throw an elderly man to the ground. Put a gun in his mouth, no mask. This is the coronavirus. Wow, Tom, thank you. Sorry that page doesn't exist. It got taken off Twitter within the time you just posted it. I hate to say it, man, but they are cleaning up. There's not Twitter feed of coronavirus. There's no live leak of coronavirus. The only thing you'll get on Corona right now is a good beer at a local liquor store named Corona. Rodney, don't come in here and ever promote yourself. Thank you. No, again, you're coming into our show promoting yourself. That's a bannable offense. Rodney creates 3 or 4 usernames and talks about how great the call was every time he calls in. Well, this is a day spa. It's like incredible. I grew up in a swimming pool, pretty much, and in the surf off the coast of California. I used to surf all the time in Redondo and Huntington Beach, Manhattan Beach. The waves, the clean water. Now I just like fruit spray. Let's see if we got another one here. It's coming in. Okay, here we go. Thank you. You got a backup? Appreciate it. The beat goes on. The beat goes on. Yeah, we do this every night, everyone. We're bringing things in constantly. We'll be featuring that discussion about the 10,000 military personnel in Wuhan. Now we're going to take a look at a video that just came in hot off the griddle. Yeah. Please throw an elderly man down. Okay, so what is this exactly? Nobody's tweeting about it. No mask. Oh, the police throw an elderly man to the ground and put his gun into his mouth. No mask. This is China. Okay. So that's why we haven't seen anything from China, because I haven't washed this jacket since I got it for $5. I told you, I'm very hesitant to use dry cleaners. Okay? Everything that comes back from a dry cleaner, it doesn't feel, it smells chemically to me. Do you want me to sit in a bath of chemicals? I have to find a natural dry cleaner out there. I have to look around. Are you gay or something? Rod, you're accusing Lawnmower Man of being a mark or being gay? Because it looks very hurtful what you're doing in the chat room, Rod. I know that call didn't end well for you, but you sound very anti-Semitic, and as you know, I despise anti-Semitism. So AOC says we need to slow down on bail reform fixes. Who cares? What does she even talk about? I mean, what is this? Bail reform fixes. Could you pick a more irrelevant issue while people are dying of the coronavirus, AOC? She says the jury is still out on bail reform. What I would just say is that we should just give this time. It's been 5 minutes, AOC told the Post when asked if the controversial new law needed to be amended. Give it a shot. We have almost no time since these things have passed, so I would just say in this environment with political pressure, or maybe just say let's just slow down a bit. Ocasio-Cortez made the remarks during a ceremony to kick off the 2020 re-election effort in Park Chester, Bronx. So she's not polling real well among the people in her area. But did she have a breast increase? I mean, did you ever know that she was this big upper body? I don't know. Has she always been that, that's like a C cup. I know. I mean, did she have augmentation surgery with all the money she's made as a representative? Yeah, let the low-level drug offenders and non-violent people out on bail. Keep the violent criminals locked up. Absolutely, New York Viking. Dry cleaning chemicals are toxic. I won't get around them. I'm going to tell Sarah that we're not going to do dry cleaning until we actually get someplace that does it ethically and doesn't hurt laboratory animals in the process, especially ones in Wuhan. Protect the Wuhan bats. I don't do investigative reporting. That can get you killed. Hey, I don't think we need to talk about Michelle Obama and her anything. Yeah. This is an interesting story we'll be dealing with the Last American Vagabond tonight. New York City Cyber Center is run by Israeli groups with direct ties to Israeli intelligence and shady pasts. This guy takes on some tough subjects, and I respect the fact that he's doing that. I'll be in the lineup tonight. Oh, how nice. 2021 smartphones will greatly ease the 5G transition for U.S. carriers. Oh, wow, the 5G transition. Yeah, like we really need speeds that are 20 times faster than they already have. I'll be featuring a 5G installer tonight. He works on he's being trained, and he is scared, completely scared about the dangers of this thing. Here he is. I'm going to play another rendition of this tonight.
So let me give you some of the science about it. The radio frequency that our towers currently emit is non-ionizing radiation with a long footprint over the ground, so it's able to dissipate and spread out. Right? It's currently being broadcast anywhere from like 1.5 to 2.5, 2.8 megahertz. Right? Close, if you take radio frequency close, it superheats the water molecules in your brain, eyes, and testicles. Right? So it's a very real thing. You can render yourself sterile or with a splitting headache for days or a...
Holy crap. So we're going to find out more from this guy tonight. Thank you. Whew. The 5G network, endorsed by Donald Trump, hasn't been tested for safety. Yeah. Well, all I'm saying is that your obvious affection for Ocasio-Cortez is symptomatic of your need to fulfill your desire to be in an interracial relationship. Have you ever considered dating interracially? I dated interracially. Well, not really dated. I mean, I met a woman who was, from a different minority status. I don't care what he looks like. He's a guy being trained on the 5G installation plan, and he's worried. Okay? You should be thankful you have a guy speaking up about something. In China, this would be banned, and he would be pulled into a re-education camp, and they would harvest his organs. So are you not valuing that you're an American or what? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, buddy. You start acting like an American and appreciate all the work that these people have gone on the internet and on the blogosphere and have done their hard. A lot of time is put into research and a lot of these different stories. And all these people work for practically nothing. I work for nothing. So, but they're not like me. I'm more of a force. Look at man. You're coming up with nonsense. I'm going to purge you until you start coming up with real good chat. You don't meet the guidelines. You have fallen short of our chat requirements. You're way below the target. We're calling this chat room to feature strictly intelligent thought. Like New York Viking, keep violent criminals locked up, let the non-violent one out on bail. That was smart. Okay, I'm going to read more about this. Time is running out for Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg. Yeah, I'm going to bear with me for a second. I want to get into the body of this. A little political research, if you will. Being we lost the, credible dialogue. Mark censors so many people coming in here. Banning somebody or muting somebody can shut down chat for a while. Okay, first, Amy Klobuchar had to acknowledge in a recent interview that she couldn't name the president of Mexico. Whoa. Then, speaking at a Black History Month event in Las Vegas, she met a crowd full of people who had difficult naming her. Buttigieg has difficulties too. His speech at a Nevada Black Legislative Caucus brunch over the weekend competed with the din of a buffet line and whole tables of people who rarely looked up. For Buttigieg and Klobuchar, the ability to connect with people of color has become an existential threat to their campaigns. Both Democrats will likely wither if they cannot make inroads before Super Tuesday. And if they could survive the primary without broadening their support, Black and Latino voters are such a critical constituency in the modern Democratic Party that a nominee who fails to excite them is all but assured of defeat in the fall. And we know Trump has been paying $300 to $500 per black person at his rallies. That they're walking out with cash, for real. So Trump's already got a lot of people who think blacks voting for Trump because they like the money. So yeah, this is an interesting little take on it. She couldn't name Mexico's president, Obrador. And Buttigieg called this Klobuchar's inability to name it as unacceptable and embarrassing. Okay, well that's special. We're all embarrassed by a guy who likes to have butt sex with his lover, yet doesn't, and it also claims to be Christian. Yeah, so do we really need that type of a hypocrite as our president? We've got so many other hypocrites out there right now pitching their BS line, like Little Miss Communist of America, Ocasio, who's pitching a line of global dominance, world dominance, globalization, and some sort of an endless tap on your tax dollars. Tax and spend, that's what the Democrats are all about until they're communist. And that's what they're turning into. The Democrats have become the Communist Party of America. She goes to liberal universities to provoke a reaction for the video. I wouldn't doubt it. Got a couple of things. Yeah, I thought I had something here on... Hang on just a second. Okay. Caitlin Bennett works for Alex Jones. Okay, this story came in at the beginning of our show concerning a lot of people. Locust plague reaches coronavirus hit China after wreaking havoc across Africa. This is another thing China is dealing with right now.
And that they'll continue living there while they're in the UK at a commercial rate.
Okay, we don't have the footage here, but gigantic swarms of locusts that belong to a plague that has ravaged millions of acres of crops across East Africa has been spotted reaching the Chinese border. Locusts, plague. I mean, are you talking end of times here? It sounds like it, doesn't it? Billions of the insects have destroyed food supplies across Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia in what has been described as the worst plague for decades. With vast swaths of the population of the region already facing food shortages due to poverty, the United Nations has warned action must be taken to avoid another shock to the region. But footage has now surfaced showing thousands of locusts seemingly reaching the border of China, adding yet more problems to a country struggling to contain the deadly coronavirus. Wow. You know, one of the most interesting scenes that we saw from this movie, Corona Unmasked, was the image of locusts. Not locusts, but crows. Okay, calm down there, buddy. These were all corpses, but yeah, we saw bodies and all this stuff. I can't play the video for you. Yeah, it's just too much. But in it, they showed a tremendous amount of crows, especially the beginning of this. Let's see if I can play that. There they are. Crows flying all over Wuhan. Look at that. All crows. Now they say that, yeah, I'll be playing portions of this tonight, but thank you. You've got that on Klobuchar? Okay, thank you. Being unable to name the Mexican president is a big downside for Klobuchar. You know, her desire to be president was a stumbling block at the beginning when she had to fire her whole staff. You know, that's a bad sign for somebody. Okay, so what can I do to clean? Eco Cleaners is Canada's first non-toxic dry cleaners. It uses 85% of the dry cleaning. It's used by 80. Petroleum is marked as organic cleaning and environmental is marked as organic cleaning. Don't be misled. There's nothing green about organic dry cleaning methods. Okay. So there is no dry cleaning method whatsoever. Good to know. Obrador, yes. Now, swarm of locusts after the crows. I mean, this is just getting too weird. Hey, this is a big step in the right direction. Yeah, China scientists believe coronavirus came from virology lab in Wuhan. Okay, now we're making some progress. Great. Yes, Obrador. That is correct. Correcto mundo. Gracias. I have not met Andrés Manuel López Obrador, but I am sure he is a great leader for the Mexican people. I am sure. Thank you, guess 467. I don't know who you are, but you recognize my incredible sensuality. Thanks. They admitted it, then it was released intentionally. Well, that's my point. Why were they creating a bioweapon? And if they did have a bioweapon that was that bad, why did they allow vials of it to leave their facility? These are important questions we must ask Xi Jinping. We should ask Donald to ask. Donald, could you please ask Xi Jinping for some answers here? He's good friends with Xi Jinping. or at least they seem to be friendly. I know when Ivanka went over and gave Xi Jinping her time, that was a special moment. When they negotiated 38 trademark deals for Donald Trump, including Trump escort service, that was a special relationship. So Donald, if you're listening, ask President Xi if, I forgot what I was going to ask. Apparently you're all very, very stupid. Yeah, that's exactly how Donald acts. What are we going to do with this president who continually embarrasses our country with such inane statements and almost stupid in every direction, and then has a cadre of 25 million retardicans who sit there and go, yeah, Donald's smart. He's really one of the smartest people in the whole world. No, Donald is about as smart as Xi Jinping. Donald violated quarantine in Japan, cross-contaminating 14 people that they found out were being moved and were highly contagious. The word retardican is a professional word. I'm going to use it whenever I want. Stick it where the sun doesn't shine. And you libtards, you need to do the same. Right. You're right. Don't let Trump ask Xi anything. He'll believe everything he says. President Xi just assured me that nothing's going on in the Wuhan region. I mean, nothing. I mean, there's nobody there. It's completely gone. Yeah. So this is a big breakthrough. There have been underlying conspiracy theories suggesting the origin of the deadly coronavirus was from a virology lab in Wuhan. That was previously speculation, but now Chinese scientists have released new findings that link the laboratory in Wuhan and COVID-19. You think? Duh! More than 780 million people, nearly half of China's population, are currently living under various forms of travel restrictions. Yeah. That was 1 day ago. Dump, da-dump, dump. And this is the big super article that has the transfer of information from a Corona Unmasked, it's called. Chinese intelligence officer reveals true magnitude of China's fake coronavirus crisis. That's not to say this is a fake crisis, mind you. It's worse than you could ever imagine. If you want to read about it, read the text in that article. It'll definitely freak you out. To synopsize, they believe that there was a weapon that was developed to placate the people of Hong Kong, and China somehow lost track of a vial. One of the most corrupt bioweapons guys in China was bought off. You know how poor people are in China? Well, apparently he was bought off and the deal went sour in the middle of the marketplace in Wuhan, in which 12 people were killed, and the Chinese government hid the entire story. The vial dropped and broke and released. Now, this could be a complete BS story as well, so let's not freak. But apparently it has a kill rate much higher than what they're publishing. Really natural Cranky Beans, thank you for sharing. It's Leave It to Beaver. Beaver's Laundry. Okay, we'll play that later tonight. That'll be fun. So we've got a lot of good information. Much of it is going to be your decision to decide what you're going to be. Super fearful, kind of fearful, or I don't care whatsoever, it's all fake. You got your choice. 467 thinks Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 is in full swing. This was designed to do this. You're the third. You believe it's all fake, and yeah, see, I don't blame you. A lot of people are in total hoax land. They believing this whole thing is just designed to make us all get vaccinations. And so even worse, you don't even care. Right. In fact, you don't even care about life or death. It's just like a day in the life of your depression. I like you too. Can we hang out here? You know, one thing about me is I'm not like Trump. He's totally into money. I'm not. I was never raised to be materialistic.
I got a bunch of money too. Oh, I like money. Yeah. I like money, though. I like money. I like money. I like money. Can't believe you like money, too.
It has 4 major markers that show man-made. Everything about this Wuhan disease that they've discovered of the infected ones show it man-made. Top geneticists have confirmed that this is a man-made virus, if indeed it's a virus. If you believe the conspiracy theory, it's a nanotechnology weapon, biochemical in nature. Whatever. Worst case scenario is, if you get it, your entire body comes down with racking pain after your paranoid delusions disappear or get worse. And then you die. You start bleeding out in all orifices. Nice. So nice to know that people make weapons like this. It's just sad to see such evil persist in this world. It really is. And to have a president so cocky and self-absorbed and living in his own world, it's pathetic. It's turned our country into a kind of a joke, you know? His smug face, acting like he's got everything his way, and he's got his cronies, Moscow Mitch, and Lindsey Graham, who will do anything for money for re-election. It's just so funny how smug he is. Well, it's because I feel like I've got away with everything. I've been lying incessantly, and I continue to do it. And Ivanka, could you rub my feet, please? Thank you. Oh, that guy is not my YouTuber. I don't represent that guy. Yeah, he is kind of a controlled opposition guy. He pitches this attitude of not caring about anything. I don't endorse him at all. The guy you're referring to, the what's going on guy. Yeah, nothing about him I endorse. I mean, I play this because it's laughable. I'm asking you to wake up, not go back to sleep.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Pathologists are pathetic. No, I've never made a single penny doing what I do. That guy's made millions saying nothing. And you endorse him? That's been maybe you in your mind, but I'm asking you to wake up. I would never endorse that type of behavior in anyone. And thank God I didn't have a son, because if that was my son, I would probably go away. I as a father, I'd say, you know, you handle him. I can't deal with him. Oh, you both like him so much, you've given him so much money? You're both brain dead. It's pathetic. Thank you for finally ending up here as the bottom of the barrel gang. Yeah, you obviously have lost all credible thought in your minds and you have nothing to talk about. So thanks for at least arriving here. Yeah, I realize that pathology is what a coroner does, but again, we're not really worried about the bacteriologists would be applicable in this particular area of study. Virologists are experts. Geneticists are looking at the markers because they had to look at the coronavirus to determine if it was man-made. And I said geneticists determined that the markers were in fact man-made. Who was the lovable Burt Mustin from the Andy Griffith Show and Leave It to Beaver? Hey, who doesn't want to know that? You know, we'll follow with Leave It to Beaver's, tutorial on everything you want to know about the beav. Honey, how's the beaver? Oh, Ward. He got into a wet fight. Oh, that's hurtful. Every time you play that. Don't keep pitching that video in here. The deceptive promise of free trade. No, I don't want to go there. This was a cute little picture of Yoda. Baby Yoda in the early days. The story of Yoda and his early development. Oh, where's the baby Yoda?
Yeah, buddy, great show. Thanks for calling, Digital Mad Rat. Yeah. Digital Mall Rat, thank you.
At least I'm not some woman that would entrap, guys into engaging in transgender activities. Yeah, Cardi B is doing some rapping of her own. Check this out, man.
Cheat on me, I'll be that guy. I'm gonna take him out. We're gonna get drunk. I'm gonna get him all perked up and everything. We're gonna have a good time. Get him super twisted. Then bring a bitch around. We're gonna have a threesome. And when he wake up, he gonna be like, what the fuck? Yeah, because the bitch was a tranny. I'm be like, yup, we had a threesome with a tranny. Yup, a tranny suck your dick. You don't gotta fuck another nigga to get even.
Well, this is exactly why we have to minimize this type of stuff on the internet. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna make a big deal about this. If she's doing this on her own, I don't want to know about it. You know what I'm saying? But that's what's going on in the youth today. You know what I'm saying? Now, according to George Soros, Mark Zuckerberg needs to be removed from control. Now, why do I care what George Soros says? But
so Facebook may just have discovered a kind of golden rule for political ads appearing on social media. Let customers decide what they want to see, not government or company censors. The government says it won't limit how political campaigns target voters on its site, but it will give its customers special new tools to wipe out ads that they don't want to see. So is this the answer to political ads that social media companies have been looking for, Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, David, Facebook is not at all seemingly bothered by this. The stock is at an all-time high. But Facebook has become this thing, almost like the weather, that just both parties want to complain about all the time. And you're pointing out, I think, the most important point here. It's completely voluntary. How you use Facebook, if you use Facebook, what you see on Facebook. So they're coming up with their own stipulations, their own rules. Some other social media sites might copy, some others might not. But this is a great opportunity for them to set the rules up and let the marketplace play out, not have government come in and say, here's how you should manage your business.
Yeah, I mean, look, two things. One, Facebook, as you just said, its stock's at an all-time high. There aren't droves of people canceling their accounts over concerns about democracy, and all the voting stock is...
I disagree. I mean, there are a lot of people, including Elon Musk, that said they want out of Facebook. So these guys are puppets for the Fox Business Network, which is supporting and propping up the social mining of your daily life by Facebook. This is all part of the paradigm controlled by the CIA and the operation known as DARPA. Yeah, and the defense operation was actually developed to use Facebook as a mining tool. So Mr. Sugar Mountain, Mark Zuckerberg, was put in play, given a lot of money, and given the free reins to act like he controlled the destiny of this company, but he doesn't. He only has a controlling interest in the boardroom, nothing else. A lot of people have left Facebook. I use Facebook to look at links. So when somebody sends me a link, it looks like it's going in my timeline. I'm looking at some transgender getting a penis enlargement, operation. I'm not looking at a transgender getting. Somebody sent me a link to that effect. Yeah, so I mean, I don't travel on Facebook. But I know a lot of people that communicate to their family members on Facebook. That's the only benefit I've seen so far. Rod Nation, you're like transgenders getting penis enlargement. That's one of your topics that you'd like to discuss. Oh man, that woman you had who called the other night, she kind of opened things up, loosened everybody up, and how much did she cost for the night? You need a bong hit. Why would you be smoking marijuana? Are you troubled? Are you depressed? Are you suffering from PTSD? I'll play Mr. Right in 9 minutes. We want me to play a shorter version? Sure. Here's the lightweight version. Oh yeah, as you know, everything in my audio library is very heterosexual, and Mr. Right has been one of my favorite songs. And as you know, it's an emblem of heterosexuality because it reeks of women and men loving each other. No, it's my actual original production. Mr. Right was. That's not Scissor Fights. I'm what peak male physical fitness and masculinity looks like. Deal with it. Yeah, start to accept the fact that I'm then the dominant one. I'm the alpha in this relationship. Many of you are frustrated, unworthy of the role of being a man. You don't seemingly want to welcome the idea of being different than all the other betas in your pod. The fruit spray says, I am so cool that I don't even care what you think when I use my fruit spray. Yeah. The fruit spray says, hey, I'm disinfecting my face. I'm killing germs that cause coronavirus. It's a new technology. It's kind of like an antiseptic mist surrounding you. I'm working on a fruit enzyme bubble where I could put it over my head and just have constant fruit enzymes spraying on my face from all different directions. And then breathing through the fruit enzyme. And speaking nothing about anything else, just fruit enzyme all day, every day. Talking incessantly about it.
Hey, you're looking up your third call there, buddy. It's a big moment for you.
Oh, man. Don't bring up the dead. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. He actually got me to laugh there. That was funny. Yeah. Gallows humor, I guess. I mean, we're talking about people that have been trolling our show for years that are now on death's door. Yeah, it's sad. I didn't know that this was going to be, such a tragic life for so many people. Well, I can't tell you what he said, but I can tell you what Michael Bloomberg said to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2007. He turned to Ghislaine and said, "Could I get a ride on the Lolita Express, Ghislaine?" Yeah. This was a candid photograph taken by someone when Bloomberg was talking to Ghislaine. Bloomberg has a whole series of things that are not good going on. Yeah, whereas a lot of people are not aware that Bloomberg has 40 different cases of sexual misconduct to his record. Yeah, I hate to talk about it, but I guess I have to. It's just one perv after another in government right now. Here's a picture that you can paint. GQ did a study of Michael Bloomberg and found him to be quite the womanizer. Why is Bloomberg's long history of egregious sexism getting a pass? You want good reading? Check it out, GQ.com. Good evening. Welcome, Anita, to the show. FBI claims it lost informant documents signed by Christopher Steele in January 2016. Really? Well, they want that whole story of the sex tape, of the PP tape, to go away. Remember we were talking about WikiLeaks all the time, and all we did was talk about WikiLeaks. Notice how we never talk about WikiLeaks anymore? That was one of the ways, make it illegal to talk about Pizzagate. Yeah. In a free and open society, we can't talk about Pizzagate. Well, the Me Too generation and Bloomberg needs to be brought to the forefront if we're going to talk about him at all. Roger Stone should be released of any crimes for time served and merely probation. I would say Roger Stone needs to do some humbling community service for any egregious actions he's taken. Hey, here's a story about her daily diary from a hospital in China. This young woman is, she was sick. People want to be remembered before they pass on. Okay. Thanks for that link. I'll bring it to you tonight. Whoopsie. Yeah, I'm going to go back to my container wall fence idea. Hey, here's the truth. Donald Trump will never build a fence because it's my idea. He stole it. In 2012, he came in our show and saw me talking about the fence. Even as far back as 2009, I talked about the fence. And he stole the idea. Anyway, I think 2008 I was talking about the fence. Yeah, I was. Anyway, he is not planning on building the fence. He's simply a puppet for the New World Order. I will build a container fence within a year period using prison labor, mostly illegal aliens, and they'll get money for their daily work too. We're going to position these in place and get these things built. Each unit could be fused together. They've got systems of prongs that go in and we can weld them in place. So we can make these things permanent. And if you set these containers down on epoxy, they're even stronger. But that's just, a little side note. Okay, we're going to do that, and we put that in the lineup and go back to the show, really big show. 1 billion total. Okay, I'm back. Any other questions? I endorsed Roger Stone's given clemency. Yes, I think Trump should pardon him of all crimes. And I also believe that community service would be humbling for him, so he'd stop talking off the top of his head. Yeah, that's not an eyesore. Believe me, the container fence is way better looking than the crap that Trump is building. That anybody with a $59 hacksaw, portable battery-operated hacksaw at Walmart or Home Depot can easily get through that thing. Yeah, Harbor Freight selling diamond circular saw blades so cheap, it's no fence like that is secure. But the container fence is. If a diamond circular saw blade hits the side of the fence, it'll blow a hole about a mile. Well, I'll just say it'll blow out a hole. Every one of the containers that are not exposed to people will be completely, well, let's just say they'll be flammable, okay? Without leaving any more questions asked. But I don't want to hurt people. I just want to dissuade them from cutting through the wall. But we're going to use Shot Creek on the other side of the wall, so it should work great. All right, we're going to cover that story another time, more on Bloomberg. If we'll see any action from Bloomberg, the big move is that if Bloomberg joins up with Hillary, it could be an explosive combination. Well, I will talk about how we're going to build up the invisible wall. Can I talk about that tomorrow? Well, I'm not trying to weaponize the container wall. Rod, you have more knowledge about prostitution than anybody here. Give us your insight tomorrow night. Thanks for coming in and making yourself heard and using your words.
A female calling.
Is Roger Stone a criminal, though? What did he really do? Yeah, I just think he got slammed. The real issue is what happened to Seth Rich. I'm sorry, I'm out of time. I can't talk anymore. Beep. I'll be back tomorrow for Waste Reduction Wednesday. Beep. This has been a broadcast production of David Sponheim. Beep. Yeah, I'm afraid talking about Seth Rich is a kind of a serious subject we need to dedicate, a lot more time to. Well, your multiple personality disorder is not something you can control. If you truly are diagnosed like Sybil was, with multiple personalities, she had 16, you'd be completely unable to talk to yourself. Yeah. You wouldn't even know you had multiple personality disorder. That's the thing. If one of your personalities was told that you have it, maybe this personality remembers it, but a true multiple personality has no communication. Multiphasic personality disorder is very unusual. Yeah, they haven't found more than 2 real multiple personality disorders. You may just be, living in a compartmentalized world that is you may have what is called a borderline personality disorder. It's not quite mental illness. But I'm not a doctor. I can't diagnose these things. I don't know, Xenu. Your pot addiction is accentuating your paranoia. Your paranoia is nullified by your drinking. Your drinking is augmented by your opioid addiction. And your opioid addiction is destabilizing your addiction to methamphetamines. So, between the meth, the heroin, the fentanyl, the steel reserves, and the pot, you're pretty messed up. You don't remember the days anymore? Uh-oh. Your healthcare worker, Patricia, says you're okay now? Okay, that's good. Rot Nation knows all about that cocktail I just described. Sounds like a party, dude. Living large. At least 2 distinct and relatively enduring personality states. Memory gaps beyond what would be explained by ordinary forgetfulness. The whole Dupster thing turned out to be just a lot of hot air, People have been known to actually brag about things like being war heroes before. We all remember that guy, Hoppy, on our show. He pretended to be a war hero. That's not true. You've been muted. You still take 20s from your mom's purse? See that? Oh, Dupster's here right now. Hey, Dupster, what's going on, dude? Yeah, he's here now. Yeah, he never really was able to deliver on any promises, so we had to kind of hope for the best for him. Yeah, he said he was going to send me 2 care packages in the mail. Each time he said it was lost in the mail. And then we knew he was stroking us at that point. I know, Xeno, you got a lot of problems. You're almost incorrigible. I'm amazed you found your way to our chat room. We're about the only social life you've got. Yeah, I know. You're living as an incel within your own world. It's kind of sad. Incels really are just closet homosexuals. I've determined that how could they not be, Well, I don't know. Hopper claimed he had fell out of a plane at 4,000 feet and survived the fall. That's when I began really distrusting the man. There have been people that have fallen out of a plane at 4,000 feet and survived the fall. But they landed in soft horse manure, a big pile of it. So I don't think you can do it on the ground. That's when I realized there was a lot of horse shit coming out of them. Boeing recently discovered foreign object debris in fuel tanks, several 737 MAX airplanes in storage. That's suspicious. I would definitely look into that. This whole 737 MAX has been kind of a disaster in the making, I think. Well, even the the way the plane is built. For some weird reason, Boeing decided to move the engine way ahead of the wing. Now, you all know the 737 original plane design had the engine under the wing. Well, this is a kind of a scary thing when you think about it, because I'm not an airline designer, and I have no history of. I just, looking at the center of gravity of this thing is right here, right? So you put the heaviest thing ahead of the center of gravity, and you wonder why the nose is tipping down. Boeing must have their head up their royal ass. Excuse me, their regal ass, because I heard that the Queen will not allow the use of the word royal at this point. Oh, that's just for Meghan and Harry? Okay. I mean, 727 production would be better than this. Putting the engine under the wing was the beauty of the 737. Why did they do this? Okay? So they have to accommodate for this obvious weight differential issue. That's going to be a kind of a no-brainer, but whatever. They're working on it. They'll have everything under control eventually, but putting destabilizing a plane like that and putting its thrust vectors way ahead of a wing is absurd. Wow. One guy, Bear Grylls, broke his back after falling 16,000 feet when his parachute ripped. 2 years later, he climbed to Mount Everest. Yeah, Bear Grylls, he's an amazing guy. But again, his parachute ripped at 200 feet above the ground. It worked up until then. No, I'm very mellow, thank you. Well, all I can tell you is we need to look at a different format for our planes. Maybe going back to the original idea. If it's not broken, why fix it? But here's the 737 MAX. Let's take a look at the 737 from 1970. You can see the jet right here it's under the wing directly. You see that? That's a little front forward. That's not the 737 from 1970. See, there's a 1970 classic. See it? The whole jet is underneath the wing completely. So when you have trajectory movement, when you have vectors going in different directions with thrust, the big problem with the MCAS system is its pitch control. And unfortunately, I can't talk about that because it's top secret. And I don't know a thing about it. All right, well, we've had enough to scare the living daylights out of us with Wuhan. And ironically, China is so diligent in stopping any information leaking out of LiveLeak. They're doing everything they can. Now they've got this guy, an activist who has accused Xi Jinping of a coronavirus cover-up. They got this guy under house arrest. He went silent. The authorities in the southern city of Guangzhou detained him on Saturday, according to Mr. Zhu's friend, after he spent nearly 2 months in hiding. His girlfriend, Li Kuo-chu, a social activist, went missing on Sunday. They pulled these people who were critical of Xi Jinping off the street, and they're probably in lockup. Take care. Yeah, thanks for coming into the expanded show. I covered all the stories I could, but yeah, hiding a guy who speaks the truth is definitely the way to go. All right, for China, I should say, not for us. All right, thank you for coming in. We'll bring you more on 3 hours of video coming up. Much more on the coronavirus and a lot of information sharing on the 5G network. Thanks for coming in. No, I didn't forget Larry. He played earlier in the pre-show. Yeah, you just didn't come in early enough. All right, thanks for coming in, everyone. We will sign out with our alternative ending. Take care.
Sweet the taste of love can be until you let me take the fruit of the forbidden tree. You swept me off my feet, my heart stopped to beat, 'cause you made me melt away.